Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Rachel with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? Happy after Christmas, the day after Christmas Day. What's up? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that attendance today. I tell y'all be playing games. Look at SD. SD say, hey, if you come in here at 12 and you start your stream at 1:30, that's right her time. She first in line. SD says she all ears when you starting up to 12. She will always be first in the place. Hey, Katnot Williams, glad to have you. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful holiday. Hey, Film. Hey, Jason. Hey, Beezy. What's up? I know my voice seems like it's hoarse today. Hey, Lexi. How are you? What's up, Jess Shamrock? Hey, Allison. Hello, how are you guys? Hey, my lurkers. Look, I know it's lurkers. I know it's people listening that haven't tapped in, but it's good. I'm glad that y'all all are here. Good to see everybody survived yesterday, right? You got it, Phil. You got it, babe. You know me. I don't know if it's just that I just woke up. Well, I guess kind of sort of just woke up. You kind of say I was up, then I went to sleep, then I got up again. Listen, you gotta let them know that's our theme song. Oh, SD, do you really want to know how I did yesterday? I'm gonna tell you that's a to be continued, boo. That's a to be continued. You can only tell that it's a to be continued because I was all over the place this morning, right? I don't know. I feel like I got an eyelash or something in my eye that keeps bothering me. So if y'all see my eyes watering, it's because I feel like I got an eyelash in my eye. Look at me trying to look at my camera on the screen. That's not gonna be good. SD, you really want me to tell you? She always wants starting some stuff. Always got to be starting something. Got to be starting something. Say you want to be starting something. Got to be starting something. Oh, she want to hear about this. She want to hear about this. Look at her. Yes, she do. I do. I really do. Nah, I don't think I can use eye drops because it feels like it's actually in my eye. So it almost feels like something scratching my eyeball. But hey, Northwest, as soon as I put us into the feed, I'll go in there and unfortunately, I'm gonna have one of the kids kind of blowing my eyeball on this side because I can see it watering, like it's like really irritating me right now. So eye drops not gonna help me. I need to actually like probably flush my eye real quick because now I'm be rubbing it all on straight. So maybe I got it. Maybe I pulled it out. Hopefully, maybe I pulled it out. Yes, but I definitely hope everybody had. I don't have no dang on cats. I am scared of cats, SD. So just so you know, I scared of them. I scared of them. I be scared that they're gonna scratch me. I thought I had it, but I guess I don't. I don't know. It's real irritating too. Wait a minute. So we have. I know. Yeah, I'm trying not to scratch it. You can see it. Look, it's watering because I'm trying not to scratch it right now. Oh gosh, what a mess. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what I don't, and I don't wear eyelashes because of the same very reason. Film Freak says, "Happy after Christmas, everyone. Hopefully, everybody had a nice, enjoy. Close that eye. I don't know if I can talk with my eye closed. Let's see. Shoot, I don't think I can talk with my eye closed. Gee whiz. It's gonna drive me crazy. It's just a watering. Oh my. That's okay. I'll fix it in a second. I had one of the kids. You know how when your kids, when they was little kids, and you was like, open your eye. Now blow. That's what I'm either how one of the girls do. So today we have a very exciting day. So today we are going back into our Holly Bobo case. Just so y'all are aware, our second segment will include a special guest, Dana McLennan. The third, and he's going to be coming from the Trial and Error podcast. I'm so excited to have him on. He'll be joining us for our next section to break down the Walker testimony. But I thought that it was very important that before we go to him coming on and talking to us, we probably should talk about some things, right? So he's going to come on and join us in our next part of our stream and at about 5 o'clock. So about 2 hours, right? So in 2 hours, Dana will be joining us and he'll be helping us break down Walker's testimony and why this testimony is so important. But I thought that we should kind of get caught up to date. I'm so glad you're excited, BZ. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I just didn't have a chance to kind of like send the stuff over. So if y'all have any questions as we're going through these first parts of testimony, please get them together. He's going to help us out, right? When we go through the next part. So just to keep us on track today, I'm not going to waste too much time with getting into it. The first thing that we're going to look at today is we have not, as a group, and I'm not sure if you guys have seen it or not. I personally have not seen it because I typically try to watch everything with you guys. We are going to go to the Trial and Error podcast site because they have a podcast. I do have the link in our chat just in case y'all want to do any deep dives. But just the reason why I set this up this way is because we will, if all goes well, they are supposed to go back into the post-conviction hearings for Zach Adams early next week, the 29th and the 30th. So if you anything like me, I love stuff in order. When things get out of order or it's too far apart, it kind of confuses me. So in order for me to kind of stay up to date and be in order, I always like to watch things as they happen or at least go back. So my goal of today is we will start off with Zach Adams' recant story. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. I have personally not. So this is going to be my raw take on it. I love watching things with you guys. So I try not to watch anything without you. We have seen, just so y'all aware, we have seen Walker's testimony from 2025. We have not seen, from 2017 in the first trial when we went back and watched the Holly Bobo trial. We just didn't see his testimony from 2025. So BZ was so nice to put a playlist together for all of these things for us. So we are going to kind of work off our playlist and put us fast forward to what's going to happen coming next week. So today my plan is that we'll look at Jason Autry's recant story. How did we get here? Why is this so meaningful? Why is his testimony so different? What happened? What is he going to say in his recant story? I have no clue. So we're going to be just kind of like watching. Then we're going to watch the opening statements, guys. Because I haven't seen the opening statements. We just kind of came into the hearing at tail end of things. But as I stated, BZ put us a wonderful playlist together. So we'll kind of go by that playlist. And then we'll go on to Walker's testimony. Now, this is the expert, quote unquote, the expert or what they wanted to be the expert on the defense side to testify. And for some reason, the judge didn't think he was an expert. So we'll see that, and then we'll have Dana come on and assist us with Walker's testimony to break that down and make that phone evidence that we always think that is so boring and so dry. Right? We think it's boring and dry. He'll be able to break it down to us and tell us why it's so important and what his testimony really breaks down to be. So with that being said, I am going to put us in. Let me get the recant story up here and we'll go on to that first. And we'll kind of take it from there. Let me get that up. me get that. Okay. Let me get the actual video. Do. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to get it up. Now I feel like whatever was in my eye kind of fell out. I'm trying to multitask, keeping my eye together. That's so funny. Okay, let me share this. You know, it's so funny because that other case that we covered where we looked at in regards to Richard Allen, I had somebody comment and say that Richard Allen was guilty. Hey, DB, welcome in. And I was like, wow. I asked them, I don't know if they responded to the comment, but I asked them why they thought that he was guilty. But I hope that one day that they'll tell me. Maybe I'll see the comment come back through. Okay. So as I stated, this is Jason Autry. He was the star. I mean, like, I believe that he was the star witness, right? He's the one that put Zach Adams there, told all these stories in regards to it. So let's listen to his recant story on where he kind of walks all of this stuff back. Okay. So this is where we'll start off in regards to our coverage again, in regards to Holly Bobo. Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
And there we go.
My name is Jason Autry.
There you go. Thank you.
I'm talking.
You don't have to talk into it. You don't have to talk into it.
No, look,
I know, it's awkward. It's awkward. Sarah. Okay. Can we just start at the very beginning of when he first started getting questioned related to the Bobo case?
Well, it started in a series of chain of events, you know, the meetings with the attorneys. And, you know.
But this is before attorneys.
Huh?
I'm talking even before attorneys. Do you remember the actual day, the 13th, when she was abducted? Do you remember what you actually did that day?
Well, no, I couldn't tell you what I done that day.
Yeah.
Other than, you know, what the phone records say I done.
Yeah.
I'll have to agree to all that.
Yeah.
Of course, by those phone records, I knew where I was that day.
Yeah. When did you first hear of Holly Bobo being abducted?
That day.
Yeah.
I mean, it was sometime through that day I was told, you know.
Yeah. Do you remember how you heard about it? How you found
Yeah, I
out?
was at a bar when I was told. And
Dottie's?
no, it was Double D's. I don't know what time it was, though. It was after 12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told to stay out from that area because they were searching over it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was drinking, you know, on the
Yeah.
phone to me and this, that, and other, you know. So for my well-being, the lady I knew, you don't go that way.
Yeah. And how close? Because I know she was a second cousin, or
Yeah, she's second cousin to me. I mean, I never went, sit down at the family table or nothing, you know.
yeah.
It was a side of the family that was just half. It was just half with my grandmother. It was just half brother. It was the connection, you know, but no blood connection.
So you didn't do like holidays or anything together?
Mm-mm. And my dad, you know, when growing up, he didn't do holidays and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
once you figured out what Christmas was, it was over. My dad died.
I heard, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you was fixing to ask his name.
No, I know he passed away recently.
Yeah, he recently died.
Um,
Maybe he's on the better side of life.
so
But see, now you're talking about.
she's asking questions. I'm telling her to make sure I'm not asking leading questions.
I noticed. Now this right here, you're talking about during that time, I had a bass boat.
Mhm.
And it looked like everybody in jail come to me wanting to go fishing.
Mhm. I saw your bass boat.
I mean, well, hell, I take them, and thinking, these some bitches are sent from the police, We got out there about the second or third time, my slow ass finally catches on, Y'all want to come out here and ask about this yet, Why? So, and of course, her dad got to running around there. I just wondered if he's still alive, man.
Her dad, Dana?
Yeah, it's 1,000 wonders he's still alive, and that he's even still alive. He was pulling up the chains house and stuff, and looking around.
Mhm.
And there he is, and there with all them guns, trying to shoot at him when he sees him, I'm gonna shoot at you.
Yeah. So, I mean, did Karen and Dana or Clint come and talk to
Granny and
you?
Dana come to my house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that? I mean, what do you remember that?
It was early in the morning. I had just got up. I sat there and talked to him. I answered every question he had.
When did it become, like, when did you feel like they were targeting you guys?
Well, knowing I was innocent of it, I never really looked at that side of it. I thought, I'm just going to a phase, they're checking felons in there. Shit like that. Because, I've had them pull me over before and want to buy chains off something police,
Mhm.
Yeah, so I figured it was just something like that,
Yeah.
I never once realized that, people was giving statements and all this other shit,
Mhm.
I don't understand. I don't understand. This is what I do not understand is the day they walked out there, what put my name in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what put what name,
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, I still don't know, and I believe this with all my heart. I believe that's who they wanted arrested. I believe those 3 boys is who the Karen and Dana wanted arrested. I believe they was prosecuted under their permission, and I was let go by their permission. I know I was let go by their permission because the judge asked them, "Are y'all happy with this?" And they said, "Yeah."
What do you think made them want them prosecuted?
I don't know. Just thought maybe the thought of somebody being, held accountable. That's what my attorney said. He said, somebody's got to pay Jason. He said, "You're going to be you." Hell no, I ain't paying.
I mean, Clint
Tell me
can't.
what I do, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
And it's the same way right here today,
Yeah. Clint can't think it was you guys. I mean, he saw him.
He knows who he saw.
Yeah.
If it wasn't him.
So, okay, so you get.
Who's to say she even disappeared that day? I mean, who's to say she didn't disappear 3 days before that and the family covered it up 3 days? I didn't say that. I mean, where's reality at? I mean, they turned and started blaming 3 people they didn't even have evidence on. They didn't have nothing on.
Yeah.
They have alibis.
Mhm.
They have alibis out there.
They checked out.
Yeah, we got you here.
Well, I have Shane's
Everybody ain't messed up. You go in jail. Come on, boy.
I have Shane's bank statements that corroborate his alibi with Zach and Dylan. And what sucks, I have the name of the guy, the security guy at the bank. He'd offered the video surveillance footage at the ATM to corroborate the exact time he was there for his alibi. And the TBI said they didn't want it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get arrested.
Well, see, I was already incarcerated when I got arrested. I was already in
Oh,
the
I
federal
forgot that.
system.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I had a firearm charge.
Okay.
I was in the federal system, been in there about a year, and now they come. Dylan told him something that niggas get sentenced. I reckon he kept telling him something. I don't know what he was telling him.
So walk me through your whole, I want to know your whole experience. What happened? How did it get from you being arrested for this to you being on the stand telling us? crazy story.
That's a long ways.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of.
Yeah, we got until 1.
Well, I got there, and the first defense team, Fletcher Long and them, and they got in trouble. Got pulled up case, got appointed Mac. Give Mac the opportunity to work with the guy he wanted, So that's how Flanagan got booted. Mike didn't want to work with Flanagan. He had his own pick. So he said, I do that. Okay. So all of this in the beginning was just all routine questions. Jason, what was you at this day? This didn't check out, or this checked out, what was going through. And they asked me a question. How you going to settle this or something, And I told him, I said, the rope ain't got tight enough yet, for me, I said, I ain't seen shit, I'm not convinced I done this, Convince me I done it, because I ain't done it yet, you know what I mean? I've looked at all this other bullshit they got, and I can't see that says I've done it. So anyway, time goes on, year passes, he comes back. He's a new man when he comes back. He's like,
This is Michael Scholl.
Yeah. It's time to get this shit rolling, I said, I agree. Where you been for a year?
Yeah.
Yeah, where you been for a year, And he said, what we gonna do here? I said, we're going to trial. He said, you realize this, don't you? And I said, what's that? He said, this is like a child molester case. Everybody's gonna scream, poor baby. And he said, I got you about 95% chance. You spend the rest of your time right away. I said, Mike, you don't think there's nothing you can do? He said, I think I can talk to blue in the face. And he said, I don't think they'll listen. He said, once they say your name, people look up your badge jacket, they all right with you being off the street anyway. So the seed was planted right there. You get where I'm going? I mean, it was, what do you want to do here? We kept on jostling back and forth there for a day. And he told me we ain't getting nowhere. And I said, well, I didn't know what to say, but goddamn, what do they want? I need to know what they want. What do they want from me?
Yeah.
I want you to testify. Straight up about it. I need someone to understand. State needs a mouthpiece. And I said, for mine, I'll go free. He said, I think I can sell that. I said, we'll go see what you can do. He was gone for a period of time. He comes back again, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 months later. He comes back. He said, what we was talking about? And I said, yeah. He said, can you rehearse that story for me today? I said, right now. I got you right now in front of both of y'all, come on. That'll work. That's what he said, when I got done this.
Y'all, that this is your first time hearing it, like he's basically saying that the attorney asked him, can he rehearse this stuff? Look, I can probably get you a deal, get you a free deal, but can you rehearse this stuff? He's like, yeah, if my life depends on it and me getting out of jail, absolutely. Tell me everything that I need to know. I'm gonna take notes and I'm gonna go back here in my cell that, it's just me, myself, and I. And I'm going to rehearse this stuff and get it down so I can be able to have a proper statement when I get on the stand. And guys, if y'all remember, when we listened to his testimony, he slipped up and said something about him rehearsing it or, formulated. And I'll find that clip of that. But he actually said it on the stand on accident when they called him out about something that he didn't rehearse all the way down. I don't know if you guys remember that or remember when we heard that, but he actually admitted it on the stand. This interview right here that we're talking about, it looks like this about 12 minutes in the interview. When you say he's been questioned for how long? So right now it's him recanting what he told people in I want to say, his first story when he was trying to get out of all of them together. Oh, I know he's been questioned here. This was back the original charge happened in 2017, somewhere around there. Oh, are you talking about originally in 2017? I don't know. I think what happened was he was already in jail. They came to him and they started throwing out football field numbers, and was like, hey, you're gonna be in here for life. But this is your ticket out, and this is what you need to do. Now, how many days he was questioned back then? I don't know how hard they pressured him. But right now, he's just kind of like seeing how he got into that. So, you know, he's telling now because he recanted his story. I'll get the date that he recanted his story, but this is recent. And just so you guys know, Jason Autry has been released on this charge, right? He's been released on this charge, but he's back in there. He got convicted on some other stuff because I think he had some weapons or something afterwards, and he's back in prison. Oh, SD, I don't think it took much for him to become a snitch. I think when they was talking about they was gonna blame him for it, and his attorney was like, look, I gotta wait for you to get out of this. I don't think it took much, but I don't even know if you want to call it a snitch because it sounded like he was just lying. You know, like he just made up something, right? To keep himself out of the fire. Yeah, BZ said, yep, he's basically was done with his time served after the trial. That's the kind of deal he got worked out for him. So yeah, so like and then he just comes back and he recants. So I mean, like he has nothing to gain by recanting and telling, at least to me, at this point in time where he's doing his recant statement. But let's go back in it.
That'll work. He said one thing, he's gonna seal it. And that's what that. He said, we're going down the river tomorrow. He said, I want you to walk him through everything that happened. That's right.
So did you tell him a version of the story then at that point?
Yeah.
Was it the same? I mean, what changed over the course
I got the version of the story from him and Clark Chapman.
How did they feed you that?
Well, it was given to me through phone records or, questions and stuff going on. Like, I said one time to him, I said, well, they knew I was over at Shane's house. And I said, well, what if I say all I seen was just a body, laying in the back of the truck? That's not enough to get you out. I said, so I got to see the damn shooter. He said, if you go play with him, you might as well go all the way, Jason. So we went all the way.
How did you find out she was shot?
The TBI, the day the skull was found, the TBI went down there to Dottie's and announced it. We just found the skull and a bullet hole in the back. 38 caliber bullet, 35, 38 caliber. Mm-hmm. I've seen the report. I believe it's one of them. So I knew you right there.
You were incarcerated at the time.
Yeah, I was in River Bend.
Yeah. So how did it get from Dottie's to you?
I'm talking about my mama.
Your mom, yeah.
I mean, the first thing they done at Dottie's was all them little girls in there run tail, Big news.
Yeah.
But that's how I found out, yeah. Brent Booth told it to Dottie's.
Okay, so walk me through how the story came to.
The story came just working a story. When I started that timeline, I started using phone records and IR statements and stuff like that. And when people see you here and hear you there, that gives you credibility to your story.
How did you get the phone records and the IR statements?
They
just gave them to you? Yeah. Like you had them yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had all of them.
Who brought them to you?
My
yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in there, ain't it?
Yeah.
I feel sorry for you if you plan on looking through it.
I have looked through it. There's a lot.
It's a paper cut.
Yeah, there's a lot. Mm-hmm. There's a whole box of just psychics.
Yeah.
So you're putting it together.
Yeah, we put the story together in about 3 days. you know, but he'd be like, they blow on my phone, I won't know what you're saying.
Okay, I think the river, that area was flooded at the time.
Was it?
I think it was. I haven't pulled the records yet.
It could be. And I think me and Zach was actually down there at the river at that point.
What were you doing down there?
I think we were down there getting high.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I met him down there at that point. And my phone records had me there, or had me within that area.
Yeah.
And within that area, the only thing that had been done was been at that bar down there, just whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But we had to add Holly to that story. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You already had a story, so all you had to do was just add something. You know, and where I first got to, at one point in time, I was about half convinced that Shane and them done it, that I was just a victim of knowing them.
Yeah.
And I thought that for a long time.
Mm-hmm. I've gone back and forth in going through the records, right? I went through a phase of thinking that. I don't anymore.
I don't either. But I thought that for a long time. And I set their statements up on my TV, beside my TV for 18 months before I waited to tell the story to a prosecutor. Waited to, I don't know what I waited on. In my mind, I was waiting on something though. Obviously, it was 18 months went by before. I mean, when I read their stories, I got mad. I got mad because Dylan says some weird shit.
Yeah.
I mean, some weird shit. And I've done a lot of damn crime in my life. I've been sitting down wondering if I ever get out of being there. Two things I never done. Start moving children.
Mm-hmm.
And everything else, I've victimized. Tore it out of hell, stealing it and shooting it, you know, whatever. But, and that's what pissed me off so bad when I read that Dylan done that swine up down, you know, I'm raping her in there in the goddamn house, you know. And I think, you sick, twisty bastard, that's what you think, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's what drove some of my anger, because I was mad. Mad because every time I'd lay down, I'd have to lay down in bed, but I was having to be ridiculed by inmates every day. You killed her, you son of a bitch, you no good, you goddamn raping, killing, you know, it's every day, you know what I mean? And I guess I acted out with that false story and let them plant the seeds like that. You know, it worked good in me, you know.
You're an engaging witness.
Well, I was trained.
I could tell you're trained. I'm on the witness stand a lot,
yeah.
I was a trained witness.
Yeah. I mean, I was told who to speak to and how much to shut down, when to ask for more or less.
Who was doing the training?
Jennifer Nichols.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the boss of it all.
One thing you screwed up on, you talk about the fence and the gate at Shane's place. That didn't go up until after, it was like a few months after when he got a puppy. So there wasn't a fence and gate at the time of Holly Bobo's disappearance.
Right.
I mean,
Hell, I mean, I
did a
don't
pretty
know.
good job.
I tried to see what you know.
You did a pretty good job. I mean, but
I don't know that, I mean, in my mind, I messed up one time. I don't know that if I'd have been his attorney, I don't know if I'd have spent that much time on the road, you know. I think I'd have spent more time on bringing up the point that I didn't see nobody or shoot nobody.
yeah.
Because I never confessed to seeing nobody.
Yeah.
I said I never seen her.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
Where did you get the whole, I mean,
Where did I get the idea of putting them together?
putting what together?
Putting Shane, Dylan, and Jack together?
Well, that wasn't what I was going to ask, but answer that.
There was a report from the loggers. It was in the area that they come by, them three together that morning. And one of the loggers made it look like one of them had been struggling or something. So I don't know how you look through the windshield and see somebody's been struggling or not, but I don't know. You know, that's where I got the idea that they were down there close. I mean, what, is that, I mean, I don't approve of it.
Yeah.
And, you know, and if they would have done it, I wouldn't be reluctant, you know, to say, lock them up.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
My question is going to be, where'd you get the whole thing about Gutner and seeing a body floating by? That just sounded crazy to me.
Too far out, yeah.
That sounded pretty crazy to me.
Well, let's go back some years. And in that same spot, I found a person floating one time.
You actually really did?
Yeah, I found a person floating, and they were floating belly up.
What'd you do when you found them?
Huh?
What'd you do when you found
I
them?
called the police.
Yeah. When was that?
I wish I knew the year. It was 7 or 8, 2007, 2008. I was out of prison. It couldn't have been too long ago.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
So the least believe, like, is actually true? Okay.
Yeah, they believed. I mean, they knew the body was decomposed, and I didn't put it there.
Uh-huh.
I mean, one leg had been eaten by the animals.
Yeah.
They fished it out, Yeah, I was going down to there, and I said, it wasn't believe. Get up our clothes, I smell it, and I look, but the stomach is what was stuck up in the air.
And guys, that's very important, like, because most lies, they got a little bit of the truth sprinkled in them, right? So it can appear and look as if it's like truth to it, like it's a true statement. So when he was on the stand, he was just giving a little bit of this, a little bit of that, right? And put it all together. Just a little bit, and that's how you make a lie look real good. And he given, you know, because when he was on the stand, remember, he came with this big statement. Then we got this boat that's coming by and all of this extra stuff, like, to make it look real. But these are experiences that he has experienced, you know? So it's just taking some of that and explaining why he's saying certain things and where he got the experiences. I definitely remember him on the stand like, hey, you know, I told him that, you know, if we gonna put her in the river, you know, I seen a body that was floating and the gases was the only thing keeping it up. You know, we got a gutter. So now this is coming in where this story is coming from, because it's something that he's seen, right? It's something that happened in his life, and he just put it together to, I guess, to support why he was telling these things to so-called, I guess, quote unquote, to try to support why he was saying these things to Zach. But it had nothing to do with that. But let's continue on. I just wanted to bring out that point.
So that was understanding on.
That's disgusting.
It is.
Oh, that's gross.
It's gross. I agree.
Yeah, that's where that come from.
What else in the story, were there any parts of the story that you're most concerned about being?
No, because, I mean, like Jennifer Nichols said, we're going to vet this story, and it's got to be, you know, it's got to be untouchable.
I mean, it wasn't, though.
I mean,
the timing of it, like, wouldn't even work.
I mean, it don't take much to put a man in prison, does it? I mean,
Apparently not.
I mean, I think that ain't a piece of evidence.
Do you think that Karen believed you?
I don't know. I don't know if they believe it or not. I wondered that. But my attorney says it's a good old boy system. You agree?
Mm-hmm. In a girl boy system?
Yeah. They said my attorney said the conviction was locked, tight, sealed with nobody untied. What he said.
Do you think Jennifer Nichols thinks it was Britt?
I don't think Jennifer Nichols cares.
I agree.
I think she cares less as long as there ain't nobody on TV hollering out. I bet 3 hours after that trial was over, Jennifer Nichols ain't thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
I bet she ain't spent much time on it. Why would she? I don't know. I mean, It's bad, like I say, that was lower well shit, but I done, that was bad. And I'm about to commit suicide over it. I had to go to suicide tank 2 or 3 times over that.
They had you in the suicide tank too?
Yeah.
Over telling the story?
Yeah, I tried to commit suicide for a minute, a couple times.
How'd you try?
Hanging.
Holy shit.
They come in and cut me down one time.
Holy shit. Before or after you
After I
testified?
testified, yeah, it fucked with me bad after
I mean-
Man, I thought I had it bad before I testified. Shit. You won't catch old Jason doing that no more.
Well, I mean, that's what
You
I,
won't never catch me on witness stand. I don't give a damn if it's to save 10 children's life. I ain't getting up there.
Mhm.
That's the worst I've ever felt in my life coming back. Knowing that you just lied and put an innocent man in prison.
what was that like seeing Zach sitting there?
You want the truth? I never made eye contact with him.
You know what? I watched that in the trial to see if you ever made eye contact.
I never made eye contact with him. Plus, his attorney was right there in my face the whole time. Won't know about the damn road.
Mhm.
Whispering. And the judge telling her, you can't supposed to be able to whisper.
Yeah.
How did you come to be part of that group?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Zach, me and his daddy, I used to buy drugs from Zach's daddy. And that's how I met Zach when he was a younger boy. Dylan, he was just drugged around by Zach, He was kind of Shane was cousin. So
What do you think? What are your thoughts on Shane?
I never really liked Shane too much. I mean, I always believed that he was capable of something like that.
Really?
Yeah. Because of maybe the lack of the teaching growing up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I could see him doing it.
What about Zach?
No, not really.
Yeah. I didn't get that
Not really.
sense
No.
from him.
Uh-uh. I don't know about Dylan and Shane, though. I don't think Dylan. I don't know. I mean, they say he's stupid, but I carried him out on the river. And he didn't act just, he had enough sense to make it back anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. Both of them boys is just like me, fucked up on the road. Just hanging out doing the wrong shit, I don't know.
Do you think about it? Like, do you still think about it with Zach? Do you think?
Yeah, I do. I think about Zach a lot.
What do you think?
I wonder if this is gonna work,
If what's gonna work?
this. And I'm interested in seeing his release.
You are?
Yeah, I dedicated to it. And I put that dedication together since I talked to you on the phone. I wasn't even, when I talked to you, I didn't really even think. I actually told myself I'll deny it when she comes.
Yeah.
But I got to thinking about it the other night, letting her interact, and I think it's the right thing to do. I really do. And it doesn't matter to me now whether I come out of this any better or any worse. I still want to see what's right in that. You see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
And if that helps me sleep better than that, so it. I got myself in this shit. I know how to get out. I knew not to have a deer rifle. Come on. You know what I mean? I was guilty of the gun that got me with out there, guys. Now, is there some confidence? Is there some little straw that might break the camel's back? Maybe. But what are you thinking right now? What are you thinking? Do you think that I'm playing some old poor, pitiful me story, or am I on the side of reality?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think the system was against you, and you didn't have an option, and then you basically put in a situation where you're the villain and the scapegoat.
Look here, Mac appeared up on Zoom meeting like this to me a few days before I got out, right? He said, Training, so I'm gonna tell you something, they call me Training. He said, Training, I'm gonna tell you something. He said, you asked to go home a day or two, right? He said, I like you, man. He said, be careful when you're around these gas stations and bars and stuff like that. He said, anybody that will pull out old gun and shoot you, right? And he said, be prepared, protect yourself out there. So
Well, that's it. It's like, what is even the freedom you're getting? Because they put you in a situation to be this horrible person.
As soon as I got out of prison, a mile down the road, this person hands me a gun. Here, I bought this for you. God, right there. I instantly stick it in my pocket because I've done it all my life, And I ride till I traded for that deer rifle at Skies. And I decide I don't need it. And I don't need one. And once I decide I don't need the damn pistol, should have got rid of it. I traded for a deer rifle. I want to go deer hunting.
Will you, the whole gun thing?
Yeah.
Will you clarify that? How did that guy, Victor Dinsmore?
So there was a gun at one point that Shane had. It was a 357 at a Sparker restaurant in the.
Wait, is that the longer one?
Yeah.
Yeah, his dad showed me that.
Yeah. He had it out showing it around, And so that's the last gun, I seen the last one I thought I had. And that's the one I told Dinsmore about that. Now, whether they went back and got it back or not, I don't know, but the gun they found, and that gun's not the same gun.
Yeah.
One's a 32, the other's a 38.
Yeah.
57. Yeah. But I told him that the gun was traded to Dinsmore. So Dinsmore's wife, I read it the way I understand it, when found it.
Yeah.
Or told the police where it was or something.
Yeah. But that was, I'm trying to remember the gun you testified about. Were you testifying about that? Was it that little? It was that little handgun.
Yeah, that was the one that had to be it.
Because that's the one that Dinsmore found.
Yeah, that matched what Dinsmore said. Hey, Jason, you made a mistake and sent your own gun. You're right.
Okay. And so that you're basically saying that was Shane's gun.
That one wasn't.
Yeah.
The one they found was, I don't know whose gun that was.
Yeah.
Shane's gun is the one I'm sure Jimmy still had.
Yeah, this is the one he showed me. It's like a long barrel. And,
Black ammo.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, cheap.
Anything else in the story that would be potentially helpful for me to look into
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. See, I don't know who I was told. You might talk to Angela. She's out of prison now.
Okay.
She probably could be a little bit more precise on what times she was working the car. I ain't even too sure she was working. She testified, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. And Rebecca Earp did too.
Yeah.
How much of the story did you come up with on your own from the IRs?
Well, I never really just developed a whole lot of it on my own. I had help, I had help getting the story together.
Who was helping and how did they help?
Well, Clark Chapman helped me. Mike Show helped me. Robert, he never did. Robert never did do much.
Mm-hmm.
He never did know much. He just, I don't know why he was there. But, so what was the question?
How did they help?
How did they help? I mean, you give you information. They're privileged to a lot more information than we are.
Mm-hmm.
So they know privileged information that we don't have, and they share it.
So how does that go? I mean, I can't put myself in a situation where I'm trying to get somebody to admit to something they didn't do. How it just seems shameful. Like, how do they do that?
Well, it's very shameful, very hard, I believe. I don't know that there's a textbook story. I mean, I don't know that there's an answer to that. How can you do that other than you be in a large amount of situations, that force you to be there?
No, I guess, because I'm not asking rhetorically. I mean, like, how did that work? Like, you met with it, like, practically speaking, how did the story develop?
Well, trying to get out of prison. Thank you.
I want to understand how getting out of prison, but I mean, like, you met with them. How did it go? Like, the back and forth? You had some initial story, and then they tell you no or yet. Like, how do they?
Well, when we started, you know, they said, "Did you see Jack that day?" And I said, "Yeah, I believe I did."
Mhm.
What'd y'all do?
Mhm.
You know, and then you tell them, "Hell, you done here, and then you done this, and you done that." That's your story for that line, because that's not gonna change. And you just add to that. I guess it's just layer upon layer of stuff.
Like, do you remember what the initial story was?
No, there never was no initial story. I mean, like, and he would call and change it or nothing like that. It wasn't nothing like that. It was more of him talking to me, and then whatever he done when he left, you know, the next day when he come back, will that be good or that'd be bad, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they're fitting every story you give them, so you can't lie and say, "Well, I was here." It is, if you know you wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to maintain some point of truth. And when you got public and the TV hollering, "These guys done this to Holly Bobo," they've already added the story. The news know the story just well, didn't it? I mean, I thought it was about cheer. I thought it was weird.
Were they? And I think when he was bringing the paperwork for you to go through, how that just there's a lot of it. Did he just sit through and find the ones that he thought was relevant, or?
Well, I went through it so much, I began to know it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, statements, I already know what that doesn't say, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You can and you can't really get a story from that, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it worked good for turning millions to others. They done good at that.
Were they saying that? What were they saying that Zach was saying? Were they telling you Zach was saying stuff about you?
Zach had, what was it, 5-7 field reports?
Yeah, but they all said the same thing. They were all just consistent story.
Were they?
Yeah. He was with Shane and Dylan getting Xanax bars and getting fucked up. He went Sonic.
They proved all that, didn't
Yeah, I mean, I have the bank statements.
they? Yeah.
And he apparently went to Joe's video where Rebecca Earp was working and he was all fucked up on his Xanax and did like 4 or 5 bars and like headbutted her. And someone called the cops, but no one responded because everyone was looking for Holly Bobo. So I'm trying to find that call because I'm sure that's logged.
Yeah.
Because depending on what time that was, that might be helpful. So I'm trying to track that down.
911 would have had that.
Yeah, they'll have to have it.
Yeah. Especially if you subpoena
Yeah. Oh, we'll subpoena it.
it. Wonder why she didn't do that the day of the trial. Look, that'd been a perfect day for that, didn't it?
Yeah.
And something to talk about
Mm-hmm.
besides back road.
How'd you think it was going to go? Do you think?
I had already been asked every question she could dream of asking.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 4 of them at one time asking me questions in a room. 2 attorneys and 2 prosecutors, just fast and go.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So.
And how would they be telling you how to answer the questions? How?
Well, once you got trained to your court tongue, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
you know, your answers are short and sweet, to the point, that's it. You know, look at the jury.
Where did you get if your records reflect that?
That come off, that's me.
That's you?
Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
you can't argue it, can you? Why would you?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a losing argument.
You're not an idiot. I think is there anything else that you think would be helpful for anything else that you wanted?
I don't know. I just hope that you have the ability and the want to get to the end of this, because just like I told you a while ago, I set my mind to it, and I may even attack it a little bit in the media. I can do that.
Yeah. I mean, anything you want to say to your son, I can get him a video. I don't know what your relationship with him is.
Nah, I'm gonna let that.
Yeah.
Just let that ride on.
Mm-hmm.
His old dad's gonna be out of the picture for a while. Maybe it's best. we had a bad time the last time we was together. He's mama's boy. I'm a man's man. We just don't, he and I just don't. Me and my dad, when I was a boy, my dad probably a little bit harder on me than I was him. I don't know. I love Jay, but sometimes it's at a distance, you know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
He got, I'll just go ahead and tell you what made me mad. We got to drinking and he got up on his sister. When he got to drinking, he had her bent over the stove, and I said, it's your turn over the stove, boy. You know what I mean? He didn't like his turn over the stove, so I told him a little fit run off.
Mhm.
And I told him, I said, I'm still the boss. I may be old and gray, but I still got
Turn off?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back on.
You're gonna talk to him instead?
I'm gonna go up there.
Hell yeah.
He's in Thompson Federal Penitentiary. I'm gonna go see him. I don't know if he'll talk to me, but he probably will. Tell me everything that will be helpful. So you knew him?
Yeah, so I was at O'Bine with him in 2012. He was facing a gun charge and I was facing a gun charge and had to settle up. As time went by, he's a sex offender. And I used to be affiliated and he wanted to know how that was going to matter. And I told him, I'm not no longer in it. 2009, I got out. I said, you can get down the road, you're probably going to have problems. He's letting her talking, we talked a lot. And he told me about a 38 special that he throwed in Black Bottom. I don't know, Black Bottom is in Lexington, Tennessee. It's off the side of Redbud Lake.
When was this?
This was in 2012, I believe.
Okay, so this could have been the gun that he used.
Could have been, yeah, very possible.
Holy shit. That's relevant.
And he said that, I never did know where this guy lived, but I assume he lives in an old house.
He lives in a trailer.
He has a kitchen and he says this ghost comes to visit him in his kitchen. And
His wife said he's talking to people,
Yeah.
talking to somebody that wasn't there.
really,
Uh-huh.
so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, he's seeing this little old girl, whoever this is. This was a young girl, whoever he's seeing. I don't know who it is.
Wait, he's seeing a young girl?
That's
Yeah,
the ghost?
that's
It's
the ghost.
of a young girl?
Yeah, it's the ghost of the young girl. Yeah.
Huh.
So that's all the things he ever said to me.
He said he was a ghost of a young girl.
It was a ghost of a young girl coming to his kitchen and rattling the pots and pans he'd get up and go in there and look, and it'd be a little girl, and he'd go toward her, she'd vanish.
Hmm. Did he ever talk about any of his?
No, he never, not sexual desires, because he knew I had these coats on.
Yeah.
So he was really in there on protection.
Anything else that would be helpful for me to ask him or?
I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing that I ever heard him say confidential, and I wasn't looking for him as a criminal or anything.
Yeah.
And, that stood out.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have ghosts appearing to me. I mean, that may
Yeah.
good to some people.
How did the 38 special come up?
He's talking about guns, he's talking about what he was charged with. And they charged him with a gun he didn't have, is what he said. And especially, I reckon that's what he was on. He was on a gun charge with a gun. Somebody seen a gun, something, I don't know.
Mhm.
That was the gun, 38 special.
And he said he threw it in Black Bottom,
Black Bottom off Redbud Lake.
Red Bud.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm scared to.
Are you sure you're done this time?
I don't know unless he drops some other bombs available.
I know, am I
Anything
gonna put
else?
this away and
Yeah.
drop another bomb on me?
Anything else you want to?
I mean, I didn't.
Any
know.
other secrets you want to?
No.
Do you think Terry Bird did it?
Yeah, looking at the reports, yeah. Once the cadaver dog hit on it, seeing all the tools that he had in the back of the van, yeah, I'm pretty confident that I didn't know he was in the area then. I didn't know nothing about the case.
I think he saw his testimony.
And then whenever somebody mentioned it, I just put my ears on in the ear. I didn't want to hear the shit, you know?
Mhm.
But he never laid in the jail cell and confessed it. You know? I mean, I wish he would have.
Mhm.
I wish he
Would
would
make
have.
things a lot easier.
Hell yeah.
Anybody think that?
So, as you guys can see, as I stated earlier, this came from the trial.
Officers from Euclid PD, a suburb just outside Cleveland, Ohio, were alerted.
We don't want to hear that. Once again, shout out to the Trial and Error podcast. If you guys haven't went over there to check out the material, like they got in depth, and I do mean in depth for the deep dive people. If you want to be like Beezy in the house and you want to go, if you want to go down that rabbit hole and get down there real far, that's the place to be. Or you'll get all the little ins and outs. And like I said, Dana's going to come on. He's part of the Trial and Error podcast, and he's going to help us kind of break down Walker's testimony. And I'll show y'all some clips from Walker's testimony from 2017. That'll help us. That's kind of why I changed our stream around today, because I wanted to make sure that, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I cannot remember what we did last week with all the trials that we go through, because we go through so many trials, let alone us watching Holly Bobo case a month ago. So I like things in order. Like, I'm almost mad that they're going to do dates at the next week, and then they're going to come back and do dates in January. Like, I just want you to, let's do it all at one time. That's just my pet peeve. That way I can understand and be able to evaluate the evidence better. But just because I am that person, and I'm making you guys that those type of people, we have to go back and we have to piece this stuff back together. So the next feed that I want to show prior to, I can't do it, Lexi, like that. Like, I gotta actually, like, I gotta go back and kind of like, I gotta rewatch everything as far as I'm concerned, so I can understand what's going on and why we got here, unless you just stick on that case. But so what we'll do now is we will go into the opening statements of the post-conviction hearing. So this is after the recant story. This is the opening statements from our guy, Mr. Bates. We're going to go into his opening statement. And what I will do after that is I will take us into some parts, just parts of Walker's statement, his testimony from the 2017 hearing. I know Jennifer wanting him in, and I'm going to say Jennifer with the D. That's Jennifer for defense, because you remember we got two Jennifers in here. Jennifer with the D, she was trying to get him rude as an expert, Mr. Walker, and it didn't go so well in regards to him being rude as an expert and what she needed him for. But when Dana comes on, he's going to be able to break down that cell phone and why he was a not rude expert. And when I think he actually should have been rude expert. I think the judge was so busy watching football or trying to see who was going to win tonight, he didn't care what the hate they had going on. My personal opinion, I can be very, very biased in this situation, because as far as I'm concerned, I think that they were doomed from the start when the judge wasn't paying them no attention. But that's just me. So once I found out that the judge was watching football, I said, mistrial, we need to do the trial over. But I have found that when they are looking to give people new trials, and I learned this from some show that I was watching over the weekend when we were looking at the Richard Allen case, is what evidence that was excluded, that if the jury heard it, it may make a change in their mind. It's not so much it's almost like it's not so much how they got to the guilty verdict. It's just if they receive certain evidence or not receive certain evidence, would that have changed their mind? So that's a little different. That's what I say, Katie, but I could be I'm biased. I feel like I'm biased because I'm like mistrial just off of that. And we was on your day 3. when we went back and looked at it. But I'm going to put up Doug Bates' opening statement so we can watch it, and we'll kind of go from there. Only because, you know, I do want to talk to y'all. Y'all know I'm like that. I want to talk to y'all. But I know I got to keep us on kind of a time crunch schedule because we do have Dana joining us on our next stream at 1 in about an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes. So here we go, guys.
The way the evidence fits together has taken me 18 months to understand. This will be helpful to show this is a legal nightmare. Innocent men, and Mr. Adams was found guilty in this court. This is the nightmare our system tries to prevent. Lawyers failed Mr. Adams. His defense, the prosecution, and at times the court, all of which the Constitution protects and preserves this final fail-safe to correct. We often think in criminal worlds that the Constitution allows guilty people to get out. We often don't think in terms of the Constitution protects the innocent from being wrongfully convicted. The court has said before, and it is very true, a lot of these facts are interwoven in multiple issues. I will say some things are standalone issues, which are constitutional rights that were violated that are now known, that were not waived. Additionally, there were constitutional rights regarding ineffective assistance of counsel. My suggestion is how I've interpreted this is wait until you find all of your facts before sorting out how the law applies to them. I want to show very briefly how all of this is going to fit together. And you're going to hear me say the video multiple times. And I'm going to get right to it to show you why it's so important. This is just a rough sketch that largely tracks exhibits that Mr. Reeves provided. I believe it's exhibit 140, where he maps out various cell phone maps, cell phone towers. 39077 is the northeast tower on the Birdsong Tower, northeast sector. That is incredibly important. There's Zach Adams' home tower, 3152, 31523 is Shane Austin's. 12572 is Parsons South Tower. I have on this, just for your understanding, in purple is the route that Marshal John Walker predicted, but due to ineffective assistance of counsel, he was not qualified as an expert at properly tracking. Mr. Adams' attorney, the night before Agent Walker's testimony, was drinking wine and flippantly preparing for Marshal Walker's important testimony that he laid out. This is in purple. Here's the important part. Marshal Walker says the victim did not move. Her cell phone was not moving between 8:26 and 8:56. he predicted that's where her remains are going to be found because that's where she was killed. He was right. Next to her, the victim's remains is a 380. Remember that. I'll come back to it. A 380 shell casing. The cell phone then continued along a route that ended at 925, where the SIM card was thrown out along with everything else of the victim at 925 at Gooch Creek. There are two directions of travel from this route that goes in a clockwise direction leading to Terry Britt's home. Now, most of this information defense counsel knew. What defense counsel did not know is that there was a video of the Silverado in question at 11:12 a.m. that Zach Adams is prepared to say he was there. Multiple efforts, and I went into it yesterday. I'll just say this. The defense attorneys subpoenaed the bank for this video. The bank said, we've looked through our videos, we don't have it. There's multiple internal documents the state has now where the defense is told, you got to get these videos. This is really important. The problem is Miss Thompson was told it was a BP video. And Agent Walker said it wasn't covered by the transaction of Shane Austin was not covered by our videos. It's fair to assume nobody realized what they had. And you're going to say, well, why is it important? Because Zach Adams' cell phone was on the Northeast Tower at 39077 from 9:50 at 10:32 a.m. You're going to hear proof there was nothing uncommon about Zach and Jason Autry doing drugs under the bridge. We have, after realizing the BP video was the ATM video in March, we have spent enormous resources figuring out where along Autry's route the most favorable location on Tower 39077 Autry and Adams could have been. What's the closest to where they have to go could they have been? We have a gentleman, Paul Dillon, who ran this route, according to Autry's testimony, as fast as he possibly can to go without real consideration for what had to take place that day, which is drop Autry off in the PT Cruiser, then pick up Austin, pick up his brother Dylan, change trucks, and get to the ATM at 11:12 a.m. It is impossible. Now let that sink in, Your Honor. This timeline is impossible. The route is not mere logistics. The route, and you say, well, wait a minute. I know from exhibit 240, I know that Zach was at the northwest tower at 1035, tower 39079, and 1036 a.m. and 1037 a.m. And then at 1038 and 1043, he's at tower 31522. Exactly right. In 11 minutes, he went from I-40, Birdsong Northeast, to his home. And on the interstate, it's 10 minutes away. So if you're traveling on the interstate, Your Honor, you do not have a body in the back of your truck. And if you do not have a body in the back of your truck, no crime has been committed. You're going to ask, okay, what else do you have? Is there anything else corroborated by this? Same cell phone records. Shane Austin, tower 12572. South Tower in Parsons. He's there pinging from 11:15 to 11:52. Zach Adams, 11:16 to 12:10. This alone shows probable impossibility. But the cell coverage, and you're going to learn, it's not necessarily like a border where you feel that you're in a different cell phone the second you're in a different cell phone tower. It's not as precise. What is precise is what was mislabeled a BP video, which is the ATM video, which has them here. You have bank records where Shane was at the bank that was provided in discovery, that Agent Walker, again, of the 600 witnesses the state identified, Joe Walker was not one of them, the lead case agent. I assume because he has the records and either he didn't know what he was looking at or he was told to lie when he said that transaction is not covered by the ATM. There are multiple ways to show Jason Autry's testimony was a lie. Here's one, and this is just delicious. Part of this, anyone who grew up in the country knows a .32 revolver does not make the sound boom, boom, boom that Jason Autry said it made. Anyone ever been around a firearm knows that was a lie. So we employed somebody, hey, take a .32 revolver out, go under the bridge and shoot and see if it makes that sound. And it sounds like a cap gun being played in the backyard. Provided it to the state. On May 6th, the state sent their agents out to perform the same testing. And kudos to them. They brought something to read the sound. The cars were louder. That was provided yesterday at lunch after the motion in limine on Mr. Autry's video. So that's the first point, how Jason Autry's testimony was a lie, that the state had the ability for 7 years to independently investigate, to say, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. They waited until May 6th to do it. And kudos to General Boyano for disclosing that. But the fact that they tested that, and they've never tested this route, shows me either they haven't tested it because they're putting all of their chickens in the basket of, well, maybe Zach's not at the ATM. Or two, they've run it as fast and as many times as they can, and it's impossible to beat what Paul Dillon beat. And you're going to watch Paul Dillon's route. You have in this wrapped in all one, prosecutorial misconduct for realizing, hey, even if they have Zach at 1116 in Parsons, you can't get from here to there, back, and then drive around Parsons. You have mislabeling the ATM. And here is, and Judge McGinley has been a family friend of my father's for decades. But when Jennifer Thompson requested a motion to continue, she said, she listed this, I believe, V8, which had been considered a BP video, among her motions to continue. Judge McGinley asked her, when do you want a trial date? She said, 1 year from the date Autry's testimony. Judge McGinley said, I believe the date you would select would be when pigs fly. You don't want a trial date. Now compare that to Judge McGinley saying at Mr. Autry's plea deal, your testimony was some of the most persuasive, credible testimony this court's ever heard. Judge McGinley believed Jason Autry, a man the state says is too dangerous to transport, over a fellow lawyer whose job was to defend Zach. You're going to hear how the state dealt with the other evidence. You're going to hear things about the TBI that's going to, you'll never forget it. You're going to hear the TBI in a letter saying that to the TBI, accuracy is not the issue. Consistency is. I didn't believe it when I read it. It'll make sense, though, when you hear the other evidence in this case. Autry's fabrication has this white truck being used and put in Victor Dinsmore's garage. And you're going to hear of Agent Brent Booth, who went to Indiana and said, I want to go over with you what Jason's going to testify and see if that helps your memory. That's 6 years after. 2011, Dinsmore's in Indiana in 2017. Booth says, Jason says this white truck was in your garage. Dinsmore and his wife on recording say, didn't happen. This is another point along the way where the state had the ability to say, okay, time out. Autry, you're lying. Accuracy is not the issue. Consistency is. So they continue on with Dinsmore. Finally, Agent Booth, and you'll hear it from him. He says, it helped me. It helped this case if we can nail all these little details down. Dinsmore asks, well, what's the chance of Zach getting out? Booth says, you never know what a jury will do. Dinsmore, on a recording that Adams' attorney never played to the jury, where she even had it transcribed. Dinsmore says, let's go with it. Let's put the truck in the garage. You will hear fabrication of evidence of the worst kind. So bad, Agent Booth went back to him the next day and said, hey, I just want to make sure I wasn't putting words in your mouth. Final point, I'll sit down. The gun. In discovery, Dick Adams had a .357 confiscated from him that Jason Autry knew because he had had the discovery. Also, Shane Austin had a .357. One of those, or both of those reasons, is why Jason Autry told Agent Ferguson in IR 3152 that the gun employed that day was a .357. When Booth goes to Dinsmore, he says, I just want to make sure, let's talk about the gun. Dinsmore says it was a .38 revolver with an interchangeable .357 barrel. And he's 100% true. What he tells Booth, 100%. And he says, I know my guns. 6 days later, one other thing. Dinsmore said, because he's a felon, years ago, my wife threw away a .32 revolver. Six days after this, they find the .32 revolver. And somehow the coordination takes place before trial where everybody says it's a .32 revolver. Their lie had been caught. The only thing they pulled out of the ditch was Dinsmore's .32 revolver. The victim, the defect in her skull was .36 in diameter. Then Prosecutor Nichols said to the jury in closing arguments that .38 is excluded. Next to the victim's remains is a .380 pistol casing. Would you like to know what the diameter of a .380 is? .355. The gig is up on this conviction. I take zero pleasure in presenting this evidence. My obligation is not necessarily to Mr. Adams, it's to the court who appointed me in the Constitution that requires it. These things are devastating to learn can happen in the system. My family has spent practicing in since 1871. And I am sorry to have to learn this and present it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Ms. Warwick?
Thank you, Your Honor. This smoking gun that Mr. Bates purports to bring to the court this week, the smoking gun of this route puzzle, the smoking gun of the time zones and the time frames and the where were they and what was going on. The smoking gun of Zach Adams and Shane Austin being in Parsons around 11:12, 11:15 until noon. Guess what? It was shot at a jury, and they didn't flinch. Everything that Mr. Bates has shared with the court this morning was shot at the jury, and they didn't flinch. I think everyone in this courtroom, every state agency that has been involved in this case since 2011, that horrible, horrible morning, April 13th, that the Bobo family and this community and West Tennessee will never forget. Everybody that was out there will tell you mistakes were made. This was bigger than anything we had ever seen before. And the irony of it is how truly simple it really is. When you break away from all of the noise and all of the attempts of subterfuge and smoke and mirrors, because that's what this is based upon. Zach Adams stands before this court today presumed guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree, guilty of kidnapping, and guilty of rape. And what this court is called upon to answer are two things. Were his lawyers deficient? His three lawyers, who among them had 100 years of experience, some of the best and brightest lawyers in the state of Tennessee, were they deficient? And if they were, and the state submits that there is no way that prong will be satisfied. If they were, for the sake of this interesting conversation that Mr. Bates wants to have, instead of a legal factual argument based on the laws and the rules, if they were deficient, what difference does it make? Would any of this new, what the defense wants to call new, evidence make a difference? State submits to Your Honor that you are not going to hear anything in the next days, weeks, months, however long it takes. You will not hear anything that jury didn't hear. That those men and women of this community took into account in doing their job. How easy it is for jurors when we bring them in on the first day of jury term and they start figuring out how easy it is to get out of jury duty. Oh, wait, I just have to say that and then I get excused. These men and women stood up as members of this community, raised their right hand, and promised to listen to everything. Not just a little bit, not just what Mr. Bates wants the court to hear and think about, but everything. So the state would challenge Your Honor to ask, would it have made a difference? Is it new evidence or is it something the jury heard? And if it isn't something the jury heard, the state submits that the court will not be able to find any credibility with it, that it will be unreliable and unbelievable testimony. His lawyers were some of the most prepared, if not the most prepared lawyers that anyone has battled, and I submit anyone will battle in modern time. Jennifer Thompson alone, in just a 2-year period from September of 2015 to September of 2017, worked 2,600 hours alone on this case. She billed the state over $200,000 for her time and effort. And the biggest chunk of her effort was reviewing discovery, reviewing the evidence. They had a team of 16 people who rolled into Savannah for this trial. 16 people. Every request they made to Judge McGinley for extra resources was granted. They had a private investigative firm that billed the state $115,000 for their time. Jim Simmons worked 1,700 hours. Jim Simmons, who, if you ask anybody, will tell you is the greatest capital defense attorney in the state of Tennessee, sitting over here, representing the petitioner. Was counsel deficient? Absolutely not. They were the most dogged, relentless, zealous trio of lawyers that anyone has seen representing a defendant. But what they can't do is magic. What they can't do is keep the state from putting on the incriminating evidence that continued to pile and continued to pile and continued to pile against their client. The court also has to look to whether they had a plan. So what if you put in 2,700 hours if you're just flying without a goal? So what if you're just putting in the time and there's no quality to it, no intentionality behind it? They had the greatest defense possible, and it was delivered to them on a silver platter by the case agent in the beginning phases of this case, Terry Dykes, by the FBI agent who worked the case in the beginning phases of this case, Art Viveros, and from what Mr. Bates refers to as Marshall Walker, who worked for the Marshal Service and also was the one that went into the jail to interview Terry Britt and get a confession out of him, this seasoned law enforcement officer, and forgot to Mirandize him. That's kind of criminal investigation 101. The state would submit that when the court hears the timeline, the true timeline of the breakthrough in this case, which was 2013, 2014, Terry Dykes was off the case because he'd lost objectivity. Art Viveros was off the case because he'd lost objectivity. Marshall Walker was off the case. Those three were not on it anymore. Nothing had been done, and everything started to come together as soon as they were out of the way and the misguided, erroneous, destructive focus on Terry Britt took a back seat. The TBI did things in this case that they have never done before, things we only see on TV and in movies, to try to catch Terry Britt, because that's who Terry Dykes was focused on at the expense of every other lead that was coming in. This defendant's name, Shane Austin's name, Dylan Adams' name, and Jason Autry's name were coming into the TBI in the days and the weeks that followed. But Terry Dykes wasn't having it. Terry Dykes wasn't having it. Because guess what? We got a sex offender that lives in the county. He's got to be our guy. They spent countless hours investigating him for nothing. They all got outsmarted by Holly Bobo. Most of all, this defendant. He got outsmarted by her, and he got outsmarted by his co-defendants, because they weren't all supposed to fold. They weren't all supposed to start talking. Nobody does that to Zach Adams. I run this county. I know these roads. I grew up here. Everybody's afraid of me. Nobody's going to talk because we all raped her and we're all in on it. He got outsmarted by his drugged up foursome of co-defendants and by a tiny little blonde girl named Holly Bobo. She left scratches on him. Her test papers, she was studying for a test that morning. Her test papers were found by Shane Austin's house. Her phone, her backpack, her property, her things were scattered by these meth heads in the minutes following what they had done. We may never know exactly what happened minute by minute that day, but what we do know is what came from his mouth in the weeks and the months and the years that followed. Were his lawyers deficient? Heavens no. They brought zealous representation to a new level. And even if they were, was it detrimental? Was there prejudice because of it? Absolutely not. Because what no one wants to talk about is all of the other evidence that came into this courtroom, the smoking guns that the defense shot at the jury, and they never flinched. And at the end of it all, what cannot be lost in this is they kept him from death row.
Muted. It's so funny that at the end of her opening statement, so that's the end of her opening statements or whatever you want to call it. It's funny that she says at the end of that, you know, they did such an amazing job because they kept him from death row, y'all. I can't breathe about that. Like, really? That's the best we got? Cool. No problem there. Let's see here. Like, I can't deal. I just think that as you will see most people in here, and that's the problem, and that's what I want, you know. We can see from going back to looking at the first trial how Jennifer really felt intimidated. You're so funny, Jason. Thank you so much. Like, what I cannot figure out from this, and this is where my bias has to kind of like separate. And I say separate because, like I told y'all, I was done when the judge was watching football. I was like, he definitely not taking this serious. A man on trial for his life. Because remember, it was DP at that point in time. I was out. I was out on the whole trial. Like, out. And I do mean out. Y'all know how it could be. But, you know, and I hope that the judge that we are in front of now is really taking all these things in consideration, because if he just goes back and look at the 2017 trial and how it played out, I can see being a person in Jennifer's shoes. Like, guys, they were living out of a hotel. Not to say that, you know, they knew their conditions, but she was living out of a hotel. They wouldn't tell her what witnesses were available. If y'all remember when we were watching the trial, they was bringing up the star witness. I almost think it was Jason, and she didn't even know that he was coming up, right? And they had to take a break so she can go back to the hotel and get all the boxes for his testimony. Like, how does that work? So that scares me when we looking at all of this, because I could see just from that trial how overwhelming it was. Too much. And remember, she was the one that was questioning all the witnesses. Her co-counsel, he wasn't doing anything, and he was like, the only person I really recall him to cross-examining or examining was the ME. And he basically told us in the hearing that we watched in 2025, he said he wasn't about to cross-examine any of those witnesses because he didn't know nothing. That Jennifer didn't tell him, you know, like she was trying to handle this big baby by herself. So, I hope that the judge, I mean, if he just goes back, I hope in between these downtimes and while we're doing stuff that he's actually like looking at that. Because if he is, he probably gonna be coming to the same conclusion that we are. I mean, but we do have to get over, and that's where the prosecutor, where I can see how she's kind of making a point. Because with any of the evidence that was not there or any of the evidence that could be there, would the outcome be different? And I guess that's the big thing. And that's what is going to be able to get him a new trial. Because regardless of anything that may have happened, and I only learning this from when I was doing more in-depth investigation in regards to Richard Allen. Like, if all the evidence still leads to the same thing, like, they most likely not going to give a person a new trial. It's really, I think that it's unfair, but yeah, it gotta really lead to, it's a great possibility that something would have changed. So what I want to do now is, as we get prepared for our special guest to come in for our next stream, I do want to go back to some of these things that they argued in regards to Walker's testimony. So let me get that up for us. I want to remove this. Okay. Because I think that that's going to be very important for us to look at prior to doing this. Okay. So this is one big thing that I know that, and y'all will hear, if y'all remember, Jennifer mentioned this when they were talking. Jennifer mentioned, she said, hey, maybe I should have looked at his back. This is in the 2025 hearing. She said, well, I thought I brought in an expert that wasn't really an expert, that I thought was an expert, that he was deemed not an expert, right? If y'all remember. So I just wanted to go back and kind of listen to some of his testimony in regards to when he was trying to become an expert and how the judge decided that he's not an expert, right? The judge said this, not me, the judge.
I've worked with cell phones for a number of years.
So I don't know if y'all remember this from when we were listening to the 2017 trial earlier, but Dana will be in on our next extreme to break down his 2025 testimony and answer any questions on why his testimony is so important, because he is the first person that they call in the post-conviction hearing, okay? Hey, therapist, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you were able to hang out. Let's see here. Okay, cool. So I am going to put this on so we can watch as much. I know our next stream starts at 4, so I did want to get a little bit of this in so we can understand this whole argument. And then that way, you said this guy's testimony is the hook, line, and sinker, and we're going to watch his full testimony from 2025, and that's when Dana's going to join us for a couple hours. You say dismiss the way, and it's so funny because he was on the state side, right? And gosh, for them not to want him. But let's see.
I know that the Marshal Service has some secrets about how they use cell phone, but give us some background, just as some of your general training with cellular telephones and what your experience is with them.
I've worked with cell phones for a number of years, and I understand how cell phone technology works, especially on this type of system. I can't really get into the details of that. So.
Okay. And your training, you've had your training all through the Marshal Service, is that right?
Cell phone usage since probably about 99.
Since 99?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's something you use on a very regular basis?
I used to. In the last few years, we do tracking data, but I was.
So, but in 2011,
I'm not authorized to answer that kind of
okay,
question. So.
right? But in 2011, you were using cellular telephone on a regular basis, cellular telephone technology. Is that right?
Most of my experience was from 99 through about 2007.
Okay.
But it's the same kind of information. So
I'm sorry.
it's the same kind of information.
Okay. And the cellular telephone network that we were talking about, can you tell us what kind of level or generation in 2011 the Decatur area cellular telephone network was?
It's a 2G network.
It was a what?
2G network.
Okay. So 2G network.
Your Honor, if defense is going to try and use him as an expert at cell phones, I think we need to hear that before we'd like to board our, if that's your intention.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to use him as a cell phone expert, Your Honor.
Board dear.
And what kind of training have you had specifically?
A little training back. We didn't really have an official course back when I started. It was more of like we would have classes from time to time that we learned.
That everybody would go to?
No,
Just you would go to?
I did this for the Eastern District of Texas for about 6 years.
Okay, so what training is specifically?
Mostly on-job training.
I'm sorry.
Well, on-job training
And when was that?
from 99 to 2006.
99 to
1999 to 2006.
on the job training?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever been tendered as an expert and testified in court
No,
as a
I've not.
phone expert?
No.
The Marshal Service does an incredible job of finding people. And that's your right. I mean, if you had to put a big umbrella, I know you do other things, but that's what you do, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sure you're very good at your job. But you don't consider yourself to be an expert in phone analysis, do you?
That is a very complicated subject.
Sure.
It's much more complicated than a 2G subject.
Okay, and so my question is, that would be a yes. I mean, you're not used by the Marshal Service.
No,
as
I'm not.
an expert in
No.
phone.
No.
Your Honor, based on that,
Well, I'd like a chance to board Dr. Melissa. So part of your job that they hired you to do, as part of what the Marshal Service does, is the Marshal Service is tasked with finding fugitives. Isn't that one of the things that the United States Marshal Service does?
Yes.
And in order to find fugitives, the United States Marshal Service uses numerous resources to hunt down people. Don't
Yes,
they?
that is correct.
And these fugitives might be people that have escaped from prisons.
I don't see how this goes along with his expertise.
It-
That's the issue.
Let her go.
People that have escaped from prison, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Or it might be people that are wanted on warrants to be arrested.
Correct.
And so at one point you were living in Eastern District of Texas, is that right?
Yes.
And there you were assigned to the fugitive unit. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the warrant coordinator for the district and I ran the fugitive task force.
And so on a day-to-day basis, it was part of your job requirement to find people that were trying to hide.
Correct.
And one of the ways that you would do this on a regular basis.
and I object to the leading. She's doing a great job of it. But
I'm
she
board
needs-
diaring, Your
I'm board
Honor.
diaring, you still ask an open-ended question.
So is the court going to rule on that?
You can,
So one of the ways that you would, do this, you had technical information that you would use to track people's cell phones. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the Marshal Service, how do they feel about letting out their technical secrets to the world as to how it is they track people on their cell phones?
I'm not allowed.
You're not allowed to tell that. But that was still part of what you did on a regular basis.
Correct.
And so you maintained that job for several years, right? Fugitive.
Yes, I was a warrant coordinator for about 6 years.
And were you good or bad at your job?
I was very good at my job.
Very good.
Yes.
Okay. And so, while you might not be an expert in setting up cellular telephone networks or how networks work, you were an expert in finding people using their phones, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you had training in that area. You said on-the-job training. What does it mean to get on-the-job training?
You would work with somebody that's an electronic surveillance person.
Okay. And so what would they do to give you on-the-job training? Like specifically, are they showing you how to use
Yes,
maps?
explain systems, how to read systems, how to understand the technology.
And then at some point you transferred to the Western District of Tennessee. Is that right?
I actually work for the U.S. Tactical Operations Division. I actually work for headquarters. I don't work for Western Tennessee.
I just can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually work for the Tactical Operations Division for the U.S. Marshals. I do not work for the Western District of Tennessee.
Okay, so you don't work. You work for the Tactical Operations Division.
Yes, I work for headquarters.
Okay, but you live in Western Tennessee.
I live in Western Tennessee.
Okay. And so, what is your job description as Tactical Operations?
I work for the Strategic National Stockpile Program and a liaison to the CDC. And I spent 9 years in the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Okay.
This is Center for Disease Control. So.
And so you even gave advice to the TBI agents in this case as to how to use the cellular phone and how to track.
That's correct.
And it's the TBI, and more specifically, John Mayer, you said, that asked you to come in and provide your expertise to help them track this cell phone. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
You didn't volunteer. They said, hey, listen, we want to send you some data and see what you can tell us back.
Correct.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
So.
That they gave us the cell tower dumps, as they call them. That's all the AT&T and Verizon cell information on Excel spreadsheets.
So that tells you, so what, one of the things they gave you when you say cell tower dumps, that means they take all the information, like where a tower is located, how strong the signal is, which direction the three little antennas are pointing. They gave you all that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And then they provided you with information about Holly Bobo's cellular telephone.
Are we still relying on
Yes,
expertise on that? I think we're talking about.
we are, because this is actually a state's witness, Your Honor. The state is the one that chose this person to
I
come
think
in.
you called me.
No, but the state's the one that, in the investigation,
There's no
chose him.
difference, okay?
Witnesses are witnesses, but when she's finished with her report, I have a few more very important, pointed questions about this.
Okay.
And so, based on all of your experience, you were able to come in and look at the cellular telephone information they gave you, weren't you?
I did that, but I also would ask questions to people in my agency, with the FBI also, and with AT&T if I had any follow-up questions.
Okay.
In other words, Judge, she was asking questions of the experts.
I wanted to verify what I knew.
But are we still?
Your Honor, at this point,
I have some more questions.
Yeah.
Actually, the U.S. Marshal Service has a task force for phones, and you're not part of it. Never have been, have you?
I've never been a part of that group. I did that for the Eastern District of Texas during those years because we didn't have an electronic surveillance person.
The answer to my question is yes.
Yes, I'm not a part of the,
Right.
of
And
the
we're not a
top.
part of that in 2011.
No, it was not.
In fact, the last on-the-job training that you had would have been in 2006, correct?
Correct.
And you have to agree with me, surely, that between 2006 and 2011, there were vast changes to cell phone technology.
This is a 2G network. There was no changes.
So you would not agree with me.
Oh, there's vast changes, absolutely, but not
Yeah.
not on these, not in this these towers.
And I appreciate you adding, because you want to testify as an expert today, don't you?
No, I just want to explain to you what I know.
Okay. So would you consider, do you call yourself an expert in phones?
No, I do not.
Okay. Judge, even he knows he's not an expert.
First of all,
You're
Your
offering
Honor,
him as an expert.
he doesn't even have to be an expert to testify what he did.
Okay, so he
Your
doesn't,
offer as an expert, he can testify generally as to what he did in this case,
Okay.
such as finding a notebook or whatever. But by his own admission, he is not a cellular phone expert.
he can testify though as to what he did in the investigation as far as looking at the phone data. That's something that he did. He's a fact witness. He doesn't have to give an opinion. He can just
He can
say,
explain what he
he
did
did.
in response to what he found.
and what he was asked to do by the TBI.
He will not be allowed to express opinion.
Okay,
I
no
found
opinions.
He's not an expert in this area. He's certainly an expert in some areas, but not this area.
You know, it's ironic that the TBI called him in to do cell
Let's not
phones and
argue in
now,
front of the jury, please. Okay?
yes.
All right, ask you a question.
So at some point, did the TBI ask you to look at the cellular data information or phone records of Holly Bobo?
Yes, they did.
And did you look at that information?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then at some point, did you work with Terry Dykes on that?
Yes, I did.
And together with other people, you developed a map, did you not, of Holly's cellular telephone?
Yes.
Judge,
Ralph?
this would be
All right.
conclusions of
This
the
is
case.
outside his area. Let's go.
Well, Your Honor, at this point then, I'd like to make an offer.
All right,
for-
take the jury out, please.
I'm telling you, if I was in her position, I would definitely not want to talk. Like, I wouldn't want to say anything at all. It's like this judge is handing her ass every given moment. Every given moment, any chance that he can give to hand her. That's what I'm saying. Can he be part of questioning for this 2025 hearing? Like, I want the judge to be questioned in regards to the decisions that he made, his personality, his demeanor, all of that stuff. Like, I want him to be questioned. I want him to be questioned. Why was he listening to football? I want him to be questioned. I need him to get on to stand. I need him to talk about it. Like, why did you make these decisions? Why is this happening? Like, I would feel so deflated. Like, he talked to her like she's a little kid. And I don't, everything is not for everybody. And I just don't think that I will be able to handle it. And that's why I cannot be an attorney, because I don't care. Like, we all adults here. Like, you are not going to talk to me and demean me or belittle me or make me feel some type of way just because you a judge. Let me see, is there more that we need to listen to in regards to this argument?
Cell towers dictated that the phone was here.
And see, the other thing about this is, if I'm not mistaken, guys, the jury was right there. He's just now sending the jury out. So all of this is happening in front of the jury. Am I correct on that? Is that the same thing that y'all just saw? Yes, he went out of his way. It's like, yeah, and see, the jury's right there. They see that, hey, she's trying to put on a witness that the judge basically saying, this is not an expert. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, and now I'm so far fed up with you. Send the jury out. Like, this is like, I would feel so little. Like, I'm surprised. And, she said it when she testified in the 2025 hearing that we watched. She said, look, I just stopped objecting. Like she stopped, and we saw when we in the chat like objection, and she didn't completely stop objecting. Like on stuff that she wasn't paying attention to testimony that was being given. And the reason why she wasn't paying attention is because she was going through mountains and mountains of boxes, guys. Y'all seen all them banker boxes over there. So we'll listen to a little bit more of this, and then I'll get ready to drop a link for us to go into our next stream. I only split the streams up because I didn't know what we were going to be looking like, and I wanted to make sure that I was able to set Dana up properly on the back end before I got started. So that's why I did 2 different streams for us. So let's go in here and let's see what else we have on in regards to this before we go into Walker's testimony from 2025 and break that down with Dana.
Here for here.
I'm going to have him testify to that because that's what he did for the TBI. The TBI asked him to come in and give her opinion. So what is it what information did you start with when you were working for the TBI regarding
the overlay map that AT&T provided and the cell tower information off of the Excel spreadsheets? It showed terminating phone number, Holly's number, and the location, tower location. These are 4 numbered towers. The 5th number is the cell section of the 3 sections. These are 3 section towers in this area.
Okay. And so with that information, then what did you do next?
I plotted out on a map where these towers were, the cell sections with the overlay map, and a general idea of where her phone was at specific times in these cell sections. Like because you can look on the Excel spreadsheet, it will tell you terminating number, her phone number, and AT&T can tell you which column to look into the location.
Okay.
And you just follow that location and you plot out on a map and you plot out where her phone was at 8 o'clock, 8:11, 8:16, 8:26. Then the ping data overlaps on top of that AT&T did, and you can get a general idea how her phone traveled through the northwestern part of Decatur County.
Okay. And so do you have a map that you did?
Yes, I did this map, and it was done in 2012.
Yeah, I'd like to see the map, and I'd like to show it to the state because I want to put this in as an operative also. The state has this map in smaller form. And I'd like to have this map marked as an exhibit.
The exhibit 239 must be passed through jury code offer approval.
I'm going to pass the map back up to you. And there's some handwritten points on this map. Let's see, I think at some point you have recorded where Terry Britt's house is. Can you point that out?
It's right here.
How about I do this? So the prosecutor can see it at the same time. If I put it up over here, then the prosecutor.
Y'all can look at, I know the map, so.
We can what?
I said you can show them the map. I know the map. If you ask.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to look at it.
I'll point it out from here. Here, I'll see it at the same time. So here is Terry Britt's house. That's where you marked his home. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so when you were doing this route, let's just start down here. This is the Bobo home?
Yes, that's the Bobo home on Swan Johnson Road.
Okay. And so from the Bobo home, then how did you determine which direction Holly's phone traveled?
You can look in the way the cell towers hit. She hits on the northern side of the Darden Road Tower at 8 o'clock and 8:11. At 8:16, she's on the south side of the Shallow Road Tower.
Now, where's the Shallow Road Tower? Is that up
You can
here?
see the 8:16 hit right there.
So the Shiloh Road Tower is right over
right there.
here.
And that's where Shallow Road Tower, but it comes into that cell section at 816.
Okay.
So you know that the information is going forward. I also, AT&T also provided information that I worked with them on using Holly's phone. Instead of just an overlay map, we used Holly's phone to kind of get an idea of what towers it would be talking to at any one time.
Okay.
So AT&T provided that information.
Tell me, how did you do that? What do you mean about what towers you'd be talking to at any one time?
It's just like they take Holly's phone and we drove around and kind of mapped which towers it would communicate with.
Okay, let me find for you then a drive map that I had. I had it marked for identification yesterday.
Me pausing it, guys. I'm pausing that because our guest is backstage, right? So it looks like we're gonna be able to handle all of this right here. Remember, this right here that we're watching is our testimony of Walker from 2017. So I thought that I was gonna move all of us, but I guess I don't have to move us because he's backstage on this one. So we'll just go right into our testimony with Walker. Give me 2 seconds. I am going to add Dana to our feed. I am going to go in here to the other one. Let me go in here and let them know where we are so they can also, I see some people over there. So I want to move them from being over there. How about that? So let's go here. I am going to end this one and then I'll bring Dana. Let's see here. Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. So Dana, I'm gonna go ahead and pull you up now. I hope you can hear me. Hear me? Okay, cool. Okay, guys. Welcome. Thank you so much, Dana, for joining us. Just to kind of let you know where we were at. We were actually looking at some of Walker's testimony from 2017 when they when he was expert at somebody's point in time, and they determined that he was not an expert. So
yeah, that was a mess.
Yeah, and we were looking at how she could have, Jennifer. Oh, my poor Jennifer. At that point in time, could have felt a little deflated with all that stuff happening in front of the jury. So if you want to introduce yourself, kind of tell me what did, and all full disclosure, you are the first guest that I have ever had on Take It to Trial. So it's an honor to have you as my first guest. I truly appreciate you giving me the opportunity and everything to meet with you and for you to give us some inside deals. But yeah,
well, I'm honored.
So yeah, so if I have any hiccups or boo-boos here, we kind of like a free-flowing chat. I do panels all the time, but we kind of like we be all over the place.
Okay, no problem.
But yeah, you can go ahead and take a moment and.
Okay, well, my name is Dana McClendon. I'm a lawyer in Tennessee. I've been a lawyer in Tennessee since 1993. I have done criminal cases for whatever it is, 33 years now. I do a lot of family law stuff too. I'm what I call myself a trial lawyer. Sometimes I call myself a street lawyer. I don't. Almost all of my clients are individuals. Not all, but almost all. And I've been doing criminal defense work, jury trials from Memphis to Mountain City for 3 decades. My initial involvement in this case was as Dr. Katie Spirko's attorney. In the spring of 2024, the state of Tennessee had requested to issue a subpoena for Dr. Spirko, and I filed a notice of appearance and intended to obstruct and block the effort to subpoena Dr. Spirko for a lot of reasons, none of which matter now. It wasn't long the state of Tennessee abandoned that effort, and along the way, at the time that I got involved, I didn't really know a whole lot about the details of this case. I had lived in Tennessee when it happened, and I'm 2.5 hours from where it happened, 2 hours from where it happened. So of course, aside from the fact that this was national news, this was local. So I was watching it all the time. But I remembered vaguely what had happened here. Pretty blonde girl gets kidnapped, some guys get charged, etc. But I didn't really know all the details about the case.
Mhm.
And then Dr. Spirko called me and asked me if I would represent her in keeping her from being subpoenaed, in our view, inappropriately. I said, yes, sure. And I remember joking with her. She was like, well, you got to understand what you're getting into. And so she started explaining it a little bit to me. And she said, you sure you want to do this? And I said something flippant like, you want to make a lot of powerful enemies. And she said, you're the man. And I was like, okay. So I got involved as her attorney. The state of Tennessee did not pursue that subpoena at the time. Dr. Spirko kept telling me, oh, you gotta read this, you gotta watch this, you gotta listen to this. And she kept trying to assign me homework, so to speak, to do to become familiar with this case. And I was like, Dr. Spirko, none of this has got anything to do with what I was doing for you. I'm like, they abandoned the effort to issue a subpoena to you. I'm done, right? Well, you don't have to spend long with Dr. Spirko to know that it's not that simple. So she kept telling me, oh, there's more. You got to read this. You won't believe what happened. And honestly, she would tell me stuff, and I was like, nah, that's not what happened. You don't understand, because you're a forensic neuropsychologist and you're really smart and you're highly trained, but you're not a lawyer. So that can't be what happened.
Mhm.
And over and over and over again, it was what happened. And she'd call me and say, oh, you got to read this investigative report. I just discovered it, whatever. And I finally got to the point where I was like, I no longer doubt any of this. Like, this is crazy. Just when you think you've heard the craziest, most outlandish, unbelievable part of this story, it's like the old Bassomatic gig on Saturday Night Live. But wait, there's more. And so finally one day, one of these days I'm gonna learn to think things through a little bit more before I say them out loud. she was calling me saying, oh, you got to do this, you got to do it, like trying to recruit me in to help in some way. And I was like, I helped. You're not under subpoena. Zach has a good lawyer named Doug Bates, who I know. He's good. And finally she was like, oh, we gotta, and I finally just blurted out, Katie, this is a podcast. and here we are. And I still continue to discover things about this case that are just astonishing to me. So I guess for the better part of going on, well, we're moving up on 2 years of me being involved in this thing. We're moving up on, I guess we're closing in on a year or more of active investigation as journalist in the podcast, publishing podcasts, and so on. So it's been quite an adventure and a disappointing. It's been well worth doing, but you can't pay attention to this case for long and not come away shaking your head and thinking, wow, how could this ever happen?
Yeah, and just I guess not to. I guess my thing was when we look at things like this. I guess my whole thing is that for me coming in and covering cases, I'm a firm believer that a person can be guilty, right? I just want, if you're going to be guilty, I want the state to prove it. Like, I want it to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. No ifs, ands, or buts, no, all of this extra stuff.
That's right. Yeah. It's people sometimes ask me, you know, people that I meet at a casually or whatever, they're like, oh, you do criminal work. So you prosecute stuff. I'm like, nope. Have never prosecuted, never will. And they're like, oh, do you defend criminals? And I'm like, yep. And sometimes they you can tell they've kind of had an emotional recoil from that. And I tell them, well, we can look at this a couple different ways. Number one, just picture it's your brother, your father, your husband, your son, who's in the situation my client is in. And don't start with, oh, my husband, my son, my brother, my father. Would never. Right. Don't do that. Because a lot of people get caught up in things that maybe they did something they shouldn't have done, but they shouldn't be charged with what all they're charged with. So sometimes what I'm really doing is attempting to mitigate the situation and land on what it is they probably really did do and the consequences for that, as opposed to way too much. Right. And if they can't accept that explanation for, you know, picture your brother sitting next to me, wouldn't you want a good lawyer next to him? Then I just ask them, do you like living in civilization with air conditioning and running water and trash being picked up? Because if you do, and you do, then the bedrock of that is a functional jury system, a functional justice system. And because your belief in the government as a rightful, you know, just government will rise and fall on how many innocent men go to prison and how many guilty men don't.
Right.
And so over time, if the system doesn't get it right most of the time and fix itself when it doesn't, over time, civilization unravels. And that's when you get guillotines and stuff like that. And I mean, I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but your civilization will not last long without a justice system that mostly gets it right and fixes itself when it doesn't and always aspires to do better. So somewhere between picture your brother sitting next to me and do you like air conditioning, most people eventually go, oh yeah, okay, all right.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand why you doing certain things. Yeah, it just it's just, unfortunate that some of these cases, it almost like they fall through the cracks. Like, that's what I be thinking. Like, and if you don't have the right people behind you and the right people advocating for you, these cases, they just.
Yeah. And, when Zach's case came across my desk, I've been doing this, like I said, for 30 something years. And when Zach's case came across my desk, I realized that I had not just an opportunity, but an obligation to participate, because my very first jury trial went really wrong. A young man who was my age at the time, I think we were both probably 26. I was baby lawyer. A young man got jammed up in a situation he shouldn't have been in. And when I say he shouldn't have been in, I mean, nobody should have arrested him. Nobody should have charged him. Nobody should have prosecuted him. Nobody should have convicted him. And nobody should have sentenced him. None of those things should have happened. He didn't do it. And he went to prison in spite of that. And I sat there with a front row seat, powerless to stop it from happening. And I realized that, I was a baby lawyer then, and I'm not sure. And I was sitting next to a really sharp, really good, really experienced defense lawyer, public defender. at the time, and he couldn't stop it either. And the only way it got eventually fixed came only about 3 years later, when this young man had been at Riverbend Maximum Security Prison for 3 years. And finally, the Court of Criminal Appeals said, y'all got this wrong, let him go. But he spent 3 years in prison for something he didn't do. And I almost quit practicing law when that happened. I remember I came home that Friday after he was convicted, and I knew he was facing a minimum of 8 years in prison. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't participate in a system that gets something this wrong. And I nearly quit. And I didn't quit. And I'm glad I didn't quit.
Yeah.
But I knew when Zach's case made its way into my world, I was like, now I can do something.
Yeah.
Now I can do something. And so, you know, I want people to understand that Dr. Spirko and I, we have not made a dime. Everything that we've done, we've paid for out of our own pockets, which isn't cheap. I mean, we've traveled, we've spent real money to do the things we're doing. Never mind the opportunity cost of investing in these things. You know, the time that we could have otherwise been doing our day jobs that we've spent doing this. So we haven't made any money. And our situation is pathetically insignificant compared to the contributions from him of his own that Doug Bates has made for Zach. So what you're seeing here is, and I'll brag on Doug for a minute. Doug has what I call generational honor. He is the 7th Bates man to practice law on the square in Centerville, Tennessee.
Yeah, I think he opened with his opening statement stating as long, you know, as his family practiced.
His lawyer lineage goes back to shortly after the Civil War. His grandfather defended Nazis at Nuremberg. I heard that story from Doug's father 25 years ago. And so what you're seeing here is only possible because people who have the resources and the will to make these contributions for a man that will never, ever be able. I mean, Zach gets out of prison in the future and lives his life. No one's going to ask him for a nickel. So, you know, it's a shame that it takes the combined resources of people who didn't know Zach beforehand, didn't know Zach in 2017 when he got convicted, didn't meet him until years later. I've never spoken to him. I've never talked. I mean, I've seen him at the courthouse and said, hello, Zach, but I've never had a conversation with him. It's a shame that the system is only where it is now because people who have had the resources and the histories that we have come in separate ways to do our part.
Yeah, and thank goodness that something like this is happening, right? I just, you know, it's just, I'm pretty sure that if it wasn't for people like a Doug Bates or a Katie, Dr. Spector, or you, right, to help or to see the mindset that somebody needs some help, you know, he would have been lost in the system. Just another person that they have convicted, put in prison, threw away the key, and nobody takes a look at it. Nobody steps in. And I'm like, just such a miscarriage of justice. And like, I don't have a problem with people being guilty, but you better make sure they're guilty. Because
as you know, as Jason Autry said, don't take much to put a man in prison, does it?
It take forever to try to get him out. It's a shame. It's a shame. We were just talking about this the other day, and you know, we say prison is not supposed to be fun for anybody, right? But you know how it's supposed to be. We're innocent to proven guilty. And I'm like, well, maybe we should have something like a transitional prison. Like it's not, it's not prison, but it's just in case you guilty prison. Because like that is some, like it feel like it's like crap. Like how you gonna put me in here with the criminals when you don't even know if I fit that criteria just yet? Because remember, I'm supposed to be innocent. But you
right. Well, and even, I mean, don't get me started on my soapbox, but I mean, even before we get to that, like, let's give people a fair shake out of the gate.
They don't.
Long before they get put in handcuffs. Let's give them a fair shake, get started.
They
and
don't.
And you know, so well, that's who I am.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, because look, I appreciate it because I be wondering, like, at different points in times, like, am I the only person thinking about this? Like when I was talking about the transitional jail the other day when we was on stream. Like, am I the only person that I know that we're never going to probably have it? But it's the thought. So once again, welcome. I am going to put us on the side. We will get into Walker's testimony so I can kind of, and you just let me know. I have no clue how you let me know. Where's different points that you want me to stop. Your mic is on, so I guess whenever you want, and I'll kind of.
So you're going to queue up the 2025
yes
post-conviction relief testimony of John Walker. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me give you kind of a preview of John Walker.
Okay.
That may or may not. To be honest with you, I don't remember exactly how his testimony went. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't remember the context and everything. How much of that he gave. I said in I think episode 1 of our podcast, Trial and Error podcast, that if you ever had a daughter who was missing and you wanted somebody to find her, where would that man be from? And people quickly, most of the time, said Texas. And I was like, yep, that's where you want that man from. And John Walker is a Texan. He is a career law enforcement officer, started his career working local police, university police, eventually became a U.S. Marshal. And as a U.S. Marshal, spent many years being a manhunter. He found people who didn't want to be found. And he had a number of methods and means to do it, many of which he is not and was not allowed to talk about. But if there was a bad guy on the loose around Texas who was a federal fugitive, John Walker and others were put on the trail, find that guy. And John Walker, before leaving the U.S. Marshal's office, had apprehended dozens of bad guys on behalf of the U.S. Marshal's office. Had been in, I think he said something like, had been a witness, an apprehending agent in like 8 or 10 capital crimes, something like that. I mean, he's the real deal. Like, he's a guy that finds people who are professional hide and go seek players. Okay. And when the Holly Bobo case came about in April of 2011, John Walker happened to be assigned to a Memphis desk, and he was all over the place. But he happened to, I think he was based out of Memphis at the time, and doing a lot of stuff. I think at the moment in time that Holly was kidnapped, I think he was actually on assignment like in Minnesota or something, and he came back and joined this manhunt for Holly. And one of John Walker's techniques and specialties and methods and means was using cell phone data to find people who didn't want to be found. And so John Walker, when Holly got kidnapped, literally by noon that day, there were a couple hundred badges in her driveway. I mean, every badge within 150 miles pointed themselves at Holly Bobo's house and showed up and said, what do we do? At that moment in time, they had nothing to work with except Clint Bobo's description of the few minutes that morning. The brother, Clint Bobo, happened to be home that morning, and he was able to tell law enforcement there was a man in our garage. It turns out I thought it was her boyfriend and it wasn't. And that man walked her into the woods, and that's the last I saw of her. He described the man, Caucasian man with black hair, burly chest, skinny legs, and was wearing camouflage. Well, in West Tennessee, that's not a lot of good. That doesn't rule out a whole lot of people. Okay.
Doesn't.
They had no vehicle description. They had no course of travel. They had no real motive. I mean, why does anyone kidnap anyone? But they didn't have a hostile boyfriend that had said, you'll see, or, I mean, they had Clint Bobo's description of a few minutes that morning to work with.
Mm-hmm.
So John Walker was allowed or given the task of do what you do, man. So they started with her phone, and I'll let John explain it in his testimony that's about to play. But long and short of it is, and you have to remember this too. This is really important to remember. Today, everybody's walking around with this, right?
Right.
And if we went to the moon, with less computing power than this thing holds in it right now, right? This device right here has the accumulated knowledge of mankind. My wife can know within a meter or two where I am 24 hours a day.
Right.
And people from all over the world can reach me immediately and often expect me to respond immediately, right?
Right.
Because I'm on, 5G LTE and Wi-Fi and all the rest of that stuff.
Something extra.
Right. In April 2011, even the most basic Find My Friends app was not yet in existence. It would be later in 2011 that Apple released Find My Friends. So just try to put yourself in rural West Tennessee 15 years ago with the technology that existed in fact. And this is when it wasn't uncommon that people were tapping 7 3 times to get a letter, right?
Right.
A flip phone, not a 2G technology on the towers out there in rural Tennessee. So John Walker went to work, and through a painstaking, exhaustive, intense man hours process, recreated a number of things. The most relevant of which for this purpose is he recreated a map of where Holly's phone went from the moment it left their property until it was disabled about an hour and a half later. And it took him weeks to do it because he had to go out and he had to use he got the data from every cell phone tower within reach. I'm guessing he probably had the cell phone data, the tower data from, well, I know he had it from every carrier that had a tower.
Mm-hmm.
And there were multiple carriers and multiple towers. So he probably had, I don't know, like 10, 12, 15 towers worth of data. And when I say that, what I mean is every single phone call that went through a tower, every single text message that went through a tower, all of that. And he went through it and found and used all that data to figure out where Holly's phone had traveled that morning,
right,
before it was disabled. He also, importantly, discovered that no one else's phone that was active in the county that morning was ever co-located with Holly's phone for long enough to have been considered with her. He had one lead that he went and ran down and ruled out because it turned out that this person who coincidentally had briefly been on the same path as Holly's phone was involved in some personal errand that that had nothing to do with Holly's disappearance, and he was able to be satisfied with that conclusively.
Mm-hmm.
But Zach's phone, Shane's phone, Jason's phone, Dylan's phone, none of them ever land where Holly's phone lands. So as you watch John Walker's testimony in this case, just make sure that you understand who we're talking to, who we're hearing from. A man who finds bad guys for a living.
Right. This is what he do.
And a man who really wanted to do it, and who had the skills, experience, and equipment to do it, and who came to the conclusion correctly that Holly's phone made a clockwise near circle over the course of an hour and a half. And he told them when he did his map, we need to be looking here for her remains because her phone stopped here for a half an hour. And it was 3 years later that her remains were found there by coincidence, by people who were not at the time looking for her. He was right. Her remains were found almost exactly where he said they would be. I took John Walker to the scene of her remains for the first time. He'd never been there. And to stand there with a man who knew in his gut, because he'd done the work, she will be found here, was, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to, I get goosebumps just thinking about what must have been going through his mind when we walked out there, and he knew. And he knew too that they've convicted the wrong men.
Yeah, and I guess, and when we go into this, because we were just previously listening to the testimony when they were trying to qualify him as a witness and the things that he could get into as an expert.
Yeah, that was a problem.
I'm trying to figure out why do you think the judge was so dismissive to this guy, and you're giving me this background and this information on him, and yes.
Well, I think what you saw in those moments was a couple things.
Okay.
And look, I've disassembled and burned dozens of bridges here. Okay. In the pursuit of the truth here. Okay. So I don't mind saying it. The timeline you need to keep in mind here is this. Holly Bobo disappears in April of 2011. Okay. Beautiful, young, blonde, all-American girl. Okay.
Right.
She is the literal poster child for how do you get everyone to look for someone. Okay. Right. And that's a backhanded indictment of our culture, by the way. Okay. Because there are people that could be kidnapped that wouldn't get as much attention. Okay. But Holly Bobo checked every box. And one of the boxes that she checked that I think a lot of people miss is a lot of people that disappear or that are kidnapped. The community can get a little bit of the news from that story and say things to soothe themselves like this. Oh, well, that's terrible that young woman was kidnapped. But my daughter would never have been there. My wife would never have been with those people. My sister would never have been doing those things. There's, someone that's missing might have been involved in the drug culture, might have been involved in some kind of nefarious activity, might have made some poor choices about where they were and with whom. And when people have that kind of security blanket, they can distance themselves emotionally from the situation, right? Like, oh, that's terrible. Someone's daughter was kidnapped, but it was sort of her fault. It's kind of how they separate themselves from the horrendous situation, right?
Right.
None of those things were available with Holly. With Holly, a beautiful young woman minding her own business at home, studying for a nursing exam, is snatched by a stranger.
Right.
It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. It's the kind of thing that movies are made of, right? It is so terrifying to a community, particularly a rural community where the crime is you're a drug user, so you're a thief, right? So when Holly disappeared, everyone was on alert that there was a violent predator in their midst, and that person could and would literally snatch you out of your driveway in broad daylight. How much more terrifying can I make it? Right?
Yeah. You got to find him immediately. Right.
Well, they didn't even find her remains for 3.5 years. And they, at the time that they were found by accident by some dude looking for right. Well, what was he?
Was he duck hunting? I don't know.
No, he was looking for well, what do you call it? Somebody in the
chat will know.
Yeah, somebody in the chat. No, he was searching for something that you have to go out in the woods and look for. Some kind of plant or nut, or I don't even remember. Yeah. So ginseng. Okay. Fine.
Oh, ginseng.
Right. So some dude who's out looking for that finds her skull and her remains. Okay, 3.5 years later. 3 years more pass before the state says, you did it and we're putting you on trial. They are 6.5 years removed from this young woman's kidnap and 3 years removed from the recovery of her remains before they give a jury a chance to convict someone. Do you think anyone on that jury was going to listen and go, I don't know, man, I'm going not guilty. And then I'm going to Little League or church or Rotary? No. Like,
I mean, even if I'm breaking down on the stand, like, I was like, oh gosh, I don't know how they gonna get past certain stuff.
With all due respect to that jury, because I will say in their defense, they were given bad information to work with. Right. They just were. They were given bad information.
Right.
But it's not surprising to me that even in the face of bad information, that they returned a guilty verdict on everything. Because who didn't want to close this case?
Right.
Who wanted to go back home and tell somebody, I don't know, I guess they need to keep looking for the real killer.
Right.
So when you see Judge McGinley seemingly impatient with Jennifer Thompson doing her job, I mean, you could read it as he thought they were wasting his time. Why aren't you pleading out, young man? We all know you did it. They all know you did it. Everybody knows you did it.
Right.
Why are we doing all this?
He didn't have a chance.
No.
Not from anything that I heard in the hearing.
Now, turning to the moment in time that John Walker is not accepted as an expert, listen. I've spent time with Jennifer Thompson. I've interviewed Jennifer Thompson. I drove Jennifer Thompson to her own PCR hearing the first time she went back to that courthouse after that conviction. Okay. So I've talked to her. Okay. And I think very highly of her. I think she was put in a terrible position by this thing. But in that moment, she didn't do a good job because John Walker is a very linear black and white thinker. And when I've interviewed both of them, my conclusion is that the disconnect was she didn't know what kind of expert he really was. She asked him, are you a cell phone expert? And he was like, no.
But I know how to track people down, expert.
Correct.
Tell you what I did.
Different.
Yeah.
Now, a different witness in John Walker's position might have said, make sure you ask me if I'm a tracking, like a manhunter. Make sure you ask me if I know how to use cell phones and other stuff to find people that don't want to be found. Because I'm an expert in that. But there was a disconnect. There was very little witness preparation. John Walker has said so in his testimony. And so I think what happened there was when a witness gets on the stand and you ask them, are you a cell phone expert? And they go, no. Don't expect the judge to waste a lot of time going, great, you're not a cell phone expert.
All right.
So now, interestingly enough, in the testimony you're about to watch, it doesn't take Judge Bradbury very long at all to say, oh, yes, this man is an expert in cell phone tracking. Let's go. Say what you need to say, sir. So so if you want to roll the tape, I don't want to do any spoilers.
Okay, yeah, well, definitely let me know if there's any parts that we need to pause or if you need to say anything. Like I said, this is my first time having a guest on here, so I don't even know how that kind of works. So if you know how it works, let me know. I don't know. Do we raise our
hey, I'll keep an eye. I'll tell you what, I'll keep an eye on the chat.
Okay.
I'll keep one eye and one ear on what's going on with John Walker on the stand, and I'll try to keep an eye on the chat too. And when one or the other requires some comment, I'll pipe up.
Okay, because we can talk over
it.
So
And I do want to say, not only thank you for having me as your first guest, that was quite a leap of faith, but also thank you to all of the people that are paying attention to this case. I don't think a lot of people understand that when you're Doug Bates and you're Crystal E2 and you toil in, I don't doubt for one second Doug spent all day at the office today working on this. I know he did, right? And I think it's energizing and refreshing to know that people are watching and people care.
Yeah.
So thank you to your viewers.
Yes, a lot of movement.
I wish they would being here and getting behind the effort.
Yeah,
or at least just having an open mind and hearing it out.
Yeah, I was telling Chad, like, I don't know. I hate the way they had these hearings. And I'm like, okay, I am a person that I got to watch everything in sequence. Like,
I can't hear you. I don't know if anyone else can.
Oh, I don't know. Did I mute myself? Can you hear me now? Maybe I did mute myself. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know. Can you hear me now?
I can hear both of you.
I hear something else, though. Let me see what I did here. If I did anything. Let me remove. Can you hear me now?
I got you now.
Okay, I just removed myself and Amazon. I have no clue what happened.
I learned that. I did another one of these with Kat. Yeah. And same kind of thing happens. So technology, it happens.
I know, it's so funny. But I was saying to myself that before the post-conviction hearing, I had never watched the Holly Bobo trial. Like, I always seen, when I heard the name, I couldn't. I'm like, Holly Bobo, like there has to be a hell of a name, the Bobos,
Right.
And so when it came up, I kind of learned about it with the post-conviction hearing. And so we all looking at the post-conviction hearing that happened in November. And I'm like, I really don't even know what's going on. So we had to go back and we watched the 2017 hearing so we can all see it together. And then I was like, okay, now we got to go back to the beginning of the post-conviction hearing portion and watch that so we can be ready for next week when they have the hearings, because other than that, I'm still lost. And I'm like, I gotta start all of this over again. So even after we finish Walker's testimony today, to get us ready for the 29th and the 30th, we are gonna although we have seen them, we are going to rewatch them because I need stuff to flow consistently. Like these months in between stuff, I'm like, I don't forgot what people done said. And I want to know what they said, and I'm not studying every day, so mixed up with me.
This I'll make maybe an obscure reference. Trying to understand the Holly Bobo case is a little bit like thinking you know who all the characters in Anna Karenina are the first time you read it. You won't. You'll have a general sense of what's happened and like you'll probably remember some of the key things, but so much is happening, and then when you really go through and see the terabytes of data and the files and the memos that these law enforcement officers wrote, man, it just the levels of complexity and confusion, and this is I have this idea that maybe one day I'll be like a professor somewhere, and we'll spend a year on this case, because in this case I can teach aspiring lawyers or legal journalists or podcasters or what observers. I can teach them almost everything they need to know about what does and doesn't what should and shouldn't happen.
Right. It's definitely a cue to that, like to know that after this and being in the thick of it when you live and breathe it. I'm like, okay, I just can't do split up. We gonna rewatch everything over and over, like just continue, like, and you know, like I tell them, like I love rewatching stuff over. Like I go on Catch Channel and I seen you over there, or I'll go on anybody's channel, and even if I listen to some testimony, I listen to it again because for some reason I catch something that I didn't catch the first time. And
Yeah,
it always amazes me.
yeah, I don't know the answer to this. I have a good guess, I think. But if you're going to go and watch start to finish the trial of Zach Adams, whoever does that with you, I want you guys to come back and tell me, how many rapists did the state of Tennessee call to the witness stand to convict that man of rape? I know of at least 3.
Okay. Well, so are we including Britt, right?
Yep. You got Britt, you got Victor Dinsmore, you got one of the snitches. At least 3 with sex crimes convictions who got up on the witness stand and helped convict Zach, who had none of a sex crime.
And I guess my question would be is how did they even allude to it was a sex crime?
The only evidence that Zach committed a sexual offense in this case came from, I believe, Autry and Dinsmore, who both, I think, said, well, Zach said he'd done it.
Oh, okay.
There may have been one snitch or another, but look, also, even the state admits this. There is no physical evidence connecting any of the 4 men who were accused to the crimes against Holly Bobo. None. No blood, no hair, no fingerprint, no DNA, no clothing, no nothing. 0. No video, no audio, nothing. Not any.
So you know when we were watching the 2017 hearing and we went through it, you know, I was like, it just seemed like they wanted him because they were outlaws. Like all the outlaws of that little, you know, he was the drug, you know, even when he took the stand, he like, look, I was a drug dealer, I was a bad guy, these are the things, you know, it just seemed like they were the outlaws and like maybe they didn't have other ways to stop them, but they wanted to stop them. And
well, I don't know if it's been articulated on this channel before, but I have a theory on why they got off of Britt and onto these guys. And it's got nothing to do with John Walker. So I don't want to, if you want to play John Walker, I'm happy to do that. Or we can just keep freewheeling it. Either one is fine with me. But as people familiar with this case will know, the original suspect was Terry Britt, a local convicted serial violent sex offender. Okay. Whose alibi was bad.
They went to go shop for the tubs. That's the tub. Man.
Yeah. On the tub. Yeah.
He had to get this tub.
Yeah. That day had to go buy a tub.
The tub.
And even Brent Booth agreed that it was more likely than not that Terry Britt and his wife had perpetrated these crimes against Holly Bobo. So he said in writing in a search warrant affidavit. Okay. It turned out that to pursue Terry Britt as the defendant in this case would have required the state of Tennessee and its various TBI local authorities and prosecutors to explain not only to the Bobos, but to everyone why Terry Britt wasn't already in prison for the abduction and sexual assault of Tequila Jones. Because in 2008, speaking of people who may not fit the poster very well for missing people, and she wasn't missing for that long, but just bear with me on this. In 2008, Terry Britt and his wife had abducted and at least attempted a sexual assault against a woman named Tequila Jones. And she was able to free herself, or she was dropped off, or whatever. It was, but Terry Britt was charged with the crime in 2008.
Okay.
And Tequila Jones was, let's say, not exactly like Holly Bobo, okay, demographically. So when Terry Britt's case came before court at a moment in time that it was necessary that Tequila Jones present and testify as the victim in the case to keep the case going, she did not appear, and the case was dropped, dismissed, and Terry Britt was freed and let go. And it was that was in 2008. In 2011, Terry Britt perhaps kidnapped and raped Holly Bobo and was at least a suspect for a long time. It turned out that in 2008, when she was supposed to be in court and wasn't, she was in jail in a nearby county. Law enforcement had Tequila Jones in hand and didn't bring her to court. Terry Britt's case was dismissed. Years later, when Art Viveros, the FBI agent, showed up and started looking at the file, Viveros said, what happened to the case against Terry Britt involving Tequila Jones? And they said, oh, well, see, what had happened was Terry Britt quickly pled guilty to it and went to prison for it. And when you see Terry Britt testify at the trial of Zach Adams, he is in prison in part for the kidnap and attempted sexual assault of Tequila Jones that occurred in 2008.
Wow.
So if they had wanted to prosecute Terry Britt for the disappearance and murder of Holly Bobo, they would have had to tell everyone how they dropped the ball in 2008 and how he should have been in prison but wasn't.
Long before that.
You can imagine how career-ending that might have been for some.
Right. Yeah, and it's all about protecting it, because I tell you that Jennifer on the prosecution side, she is a firecracker, and she refused to bow down. She refused to say anything she did was wrong. They refused, and I'm like, oh gosh. Yeah. Very interesting.
All right. You want to hit John? You want to hit that play button for John Walker?
What you say? We could be up here all day. We won't even get to John Walker. Let me get to John Walker, y'all. So, because I've never heard his testimony. So let me share. Let me get this up. And
oh, by the way, when you cue this up, remember this. John Walker, Terry Dicus, and Art Viveros were all essentially blackballed from.
Oh yeah.
They were pushed out of this investigation to begin with.
Yeah.
It wasn't months later that Terry Dicus was out of law enforcement altogether, and it wasn't much longer that Viveros and Walker were also out of law enforcement.
Wow. They made sure that it seems like they wanted to shut up who they wanted to shut up and how, and if it wasn't going the way they needed it to go. But I just don't understand why we had to go down this road with him, right?
I love the look on Crystal's face there.
She looked like what I know. I told them earlier, I said Zach looked different each time we look at each hearing. Like each hearing he looks a little different to me. Like here he got the the goatee look. Like each hearing he looks like totally different to me. I can't call it, but each time it's a totally different look. Shout out to Zach. But okay, I am going to I think this is him coming to the stand just right here. Let me see if this is the start of his testimony. No, maybe not. Okay, here he goes. Okay. All right, guys, we're going in. Y'all make sure y'all put y'all questions or anything that we need to have explained to us in the chat. We'll keep an eye out and pause the testimony as we go along. And yes, this is the guy that we were just looking at in the 2017 hearing that we were just watching before Dana came up. So this is him.
Somewhere around 50 various allegations in the petition.
I might get
if you can give the court a general idea of where you're going to be focused on attacking this conviction, whether or not it's in the end.
I wonder, is that coming? Are y'all hearing the echo? Because I'm hearing the echo.
I think it might have been on my end coming through my mic.
Okay.
My speakers jumped on.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see if we'll try it again. Let's see. I'm gonna mute up too.
Effective assistance of counsel realm, inappropriate conduct on the part of the state. Just give me a general idea as the witnesses come.
Yes, Your Honor. This witness was in the original pro se filing of ineffective assistance of counsel. As to both prongs.
And because we have three attorneys, is it three defense attorneys that are alleged ineffective assistance of counsel? Is it just one or is it all three?
This relates to both Jim Simmons and Jennifer Thompson.
All right, I'm going to have you pause 1 second. What's this siren going on, Chief?
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Get Bradbury looking at the chief of police like, can you make the thunderstorm go away, Chief?
All right, when you're ready, Mr. Bates.
State your name, please. And are you employed now?
I'm retired from the United States Marshal.
Okay. How long were you a United States Marshal?
26 years.
Is the proper way to address you Marshal Walker?
Just John.
Okay, well, in court, Mr. Walker.
That'd be great.
All right. So what is your education?
I have an undergraduate degree in criminology, and I have a graduate degree in education and one in industrial technology.
Okay. What did you do for work before you became a U.S. Marshal?
I was a state investigator with the state of Texas for a couple of years. Prior to that, I was a law enforcement officer, about 35 years in law enforcement.
Okay. What was your work experience as a U.S. Marshal? What did you do?
I did a variety of things. My first few years, I worked a felony 1 murder trial in Washington, D.C. After that, I was the warrant coordinator in Eastern District of Texas from about 89 to 96. Means I managed the warrant files for the U.S. Eastern District. This covers 43 counties. Apprehending fugitives is what I did. Ran a task force. And then after that, I worked in the Strategic National Stockpile Program, and I was liaison to the CDC. My last 15 years, liaison to the CDC, Center for Disease Control, and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Joint what task force?
Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Okay.
The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. My last 15 years.
And did you spend time in your work tracking?
Yes. Yes, I did that in Eastern Texas quite a bit.
Okay. How many years work?
6.
And
we had a variety of ways to catch fugitives, and one was tracking cell phones.
Okay. Was finding fugitives a part of your work?
It was my main job.
For how many years?
6.
All right. How do you find a fugitive? What are the things that you did at your time finding fugitives?
Oh, there's 100 ways to find fugitives, through interviews, through electronic surveillance, through just good old police work, finding fugitives. Just try to find out where they're at. There's a number of tricks in the trade that we have in the Marshal Service. Some are unique to just our agency, and some are just common knowledge.
Okay. At some point, were you called to come to Decatur County, Tennessee in 2011?
I was sent over by the FBI's Terrorism Task Force.
And
to work the Holly Bobo abduction in Mississippi.
Okay. How soon after the abduction date of April 13th?
I was there the following week.
Okay.
I think the following Monday, I believe it was.
At that time, how long had you worked in tracking fugitives?
At that time, 6. I spent 6 prior years and helping other people at time to time, but at least 6 years.
What was your knowledge of using 2G cell service networks at that time to help track fugitives?
Well, excellent. That's Eastern District of Texas. Is rural counties. There's 43. It's very similar to Decatur County. Rolling hills, trees, lakes. That's the way we tracked fugitives in Eastern District of Texas with 2G because we didn't have 3G. Towers were anywhere from 5 to 10 miles apart, and you use 2G technology. 3G overlaps. You have triangulation. You can get exact location. That's like in urban areas, but in rural areas, you don't have that. You have to rely on 2G towers, and that's what I'd done a number of high-profile cases. We call them major cases, and apprehending fugitives doing that.
And what was to the extent you can say, what was your training and education on these issues?
A lot of it was on-job training. I did attend a few classes, like in Dallas, a few classes on this, but a lot of it was on-job training. Since I was the warrant coordinator for the district, the Marshal Service developed an electronic surveillance program in the 1990s from an AT&T tech that they hired. That taught us a great deal about tracking through all kinds of electronic surveillance, IP addresses, computers, phones. In my district, I didn't have an electronic surveillance person. I had one in Dallas and one in Houston. And I borrowed their expertise and borrowed them from time to time when I had a major case. And I worked directly with them, but I also learned on my own on how to track 2G towers. It's not that complicated. I can explain in detail how it's done.
Do it.
Now?
Right now.
Your Honor, is he offering him as an expert?
I am, because one of the issues of error is that Miss Thompson.
You don't have to explain why. Let's just get through. Are you tendering him as an expert witness, and in what field?
Tracking fugitives using 2G network.
All right. Has there been
I don't even know.
disclosure about this?
No, he was not allowed to testify as an expert at trial. He was offered by Ms. Thompson as an expert. He was voir dired by the state, and he never was qualified in Judge McGinley's eyes as an expert because he's never been offered as an expert, tendered as an expert, or used as an expert in cell phone devices previously, prior to trial. And he just testified that he's had on-the-job training and he's attended some classes. And the state would submit that that's not enough to warrant expertise.
So the issue,
Same issue as we had at trial.
the issue at trial was Ms. Thompson tried to certify this expert as a quote cell phone expert. That was a mislabeling of the expert. He is an expert. Under Rule 700 series, you can be an expert based on either your education, your training, or your experience. He was never tendered to be an expert as tracking with 2G network, which consumes a lot of different areas. Again, just want to remind the court, most of this trial, I am using the witnesses who testified to show what should have been presented by a constitutionally competent attorney. This is the first of such efforts.
Submit tomato. You can't come in and.
Well, I'm going to allow the question as asked to explain what 2G tracking is, and I think that was the question. Mr. Bates, was that the question?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to hear what his explanation is, and then I'll make a determination whether or not.
It would be easier if I had a board to draw on and try to explain this. Is that
Well, that's
possible?
between you and your attorney, sir.
What do you have?
A board to draw on so I can explain it, something I can draw this out. I mean, I can try to explain it to you, but it's easier to follow along if.
Your Honor, can I have 2 minutes of indulgence?
Yes, let's do that.
Thank you.
Now, here's, okay, couple things. Number one, this is how you qualify an expert witness, is you know what their expertise is. And you ask the questions that help the court develop some comfort with the idea that they are in fact an expert. Now, Doug Bates had an advantage a little bit here. He knew exactly what had happened at the trial. And he knew that that even the witness wasn't going to claim to be a cell phone expert, whatever that is. So Doug, what you just heard was Doug very patiently and thoroughly began to demonstrate that John Walker can find people using cell phones and 2G technology. Now, John Walker is about to get super wonky on you. He's about to get super nerdy on you, okay? But that's because he's an expert, right? It appears to me that the state showed up and thought, we already won this fight. He's not an expert. Too bad. They're about to be disappointed in that strategy. By the way, by the time this happened, episode 1 of the Trial and Error podcast had been published.
Okay.
And I don't know or care whether or not Doug Bates listens to my podcast. But what John Walker is about to explain had been explained publicly earlier this year.
Okay. I see a question in the thing. You want to, let's try to, because you're when you talking, it's sounding real scratchy. I don't know. Do I sound the same way? They so funny. Do I sound the same way when I'm coming through, like scratchy?
How's that? Is that better?
No, it's still scratchy. I don't know if it's scratchy on my end.
I haven't changed anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes maybe if I don't know. I think it's when I'm in this thing. It's saying it's just you. So let me see if I remove and add, like kind of like earlier, you couldn't even hear me. I have no clue.
If you need to cut me loose for a minute and then put me back in, that's fine.
Let me see. Let me remove. Okay, I'm re-adding you. Say something now.
Testing. 1, 2, testing.
Is that better, guys?
I can rip this mic and headphone out and stick another one in and see if that works.
I don't know. It just sounds staticky. I don't know why it would just start happening like that. That's so weird. I hate technology sometimes. Sometimes it's the best thing, and then it becomes very irritating. They saying we still can make out what he's saying now. They say, yes, try that. So I'll play some more of his testimony, and then we'll come back in and see if we can.
I'll mute myself and make some changes over here.
Okay, cool beans.
Be seated, please. You may, but hold on one second. I'm going to let you bring that board around. You can have a seat just for this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is significant weather in the area. There's a thunderstorm that's going to push through here with estimated 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, but it shouldn't last but about 30 minutes. It's going to be a quick push through. So at about 10 till 10, wherever we get with this witness, I'm going to recess and ask that everyone just stay away from windows in the courthouse. That's the EMA director doesn't think we're going to get a tornado, but just for safety purposes, we're going to be away from these windows. Okay. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may approach, Mr. Bates.
Walker, Ms. Walker, can you explain 2G and your use in tracking with it?
Is this any better?
Yeah, that sounds better. Let me mute.
2G towers.
Okay, go ahead. Try it again.
Say again.
Thumbs up. Sounds
All right,
great.
good. I went with the, I got away from the fancy Shure microphone and went with the old AirPods.
I tell you, this technology, boy, and you'll get off stream and put the headphones that you had in, they'll work perfectly fine. It's always something. I think we had a couple questions in the chat. I know Marilda had a question. She said, I'm not sure. Did you ask Dana if the judge watched the first trial? Oh, she wants to know if this judge watched the first trial. Can he? He probably did.
He has because of the way it's set up.
Mhm.
He is certainly allowed to read all the transcripts if he wanted to do all that. I guess he could. I don't know that he said that he has. I don't know if that's a good answer.
I guess my question would be is that, of course, we say from him listening, if he listened to the first trial, this is like a no-brainer, I guess. But in all honesty, I really probably don't think I would want him to listen to the first trial. I think I would want him based off of what he's hearing.
Yeah. So keep in mind, he's sitting on the very same bench that Creed McGinley was on during this trial. This is the same courtroom. As you look at this trial, you'll see some of the same people, some of these court officers and stuff that he's working with every day. He replaced Judge McGinley. He was appointed by the governor to replace Judge McGinley. All right. So, it's hard to say what he may have arrived here with in terms of like he was living in the community when it happened. I don't know if he followed it closely then. I don't know. Clearly, he is supposed to make a decision here based upon the evidence that is given to him within gavel to gavel in his courtroom, admitted into evidence by him. But so I don't know whether or not he watched, read, or knows much about the original trial. A lot of it has come in this time. A good bit of it, the parts that matter, have been brought to his attention. I'll say that.
Okay. Let's see here if there's any more questions that I can see in here so far. None so far. We'll go back into the testimony. Now we mic check 1 2 1 2. They wanted me to do Busta Rhymes. Let me clear my throat when you was in here with your mic. They know I'm real silly. I make something up about everything. Okay, let's go back into the testimony. You guys definitely pop in your questions that we have for Dana in regards to Mr. Walker's testimony. He has his board, and he's going to explain this 2G tracking to us. I like this judge though so far. In all the hearing, what we have seen so far in the hearing, he's like, no nonsense. Let's get to it.
3G tower, 3G, 4G, 5G, those are overlapped. 2G is in rural areas. They're in rural areas, and what happens is you can't get triangulation, so you get a signal off of the tower. And that signal is a certain strength to tell you how far you're off the tower. Now, towers in eastern Texas and Decatur County, I'm going to talk about Decatur County towers. Decatur County towers are north-oriented towers. That means the top of the tower points this way. This is an aerial view looking down. You have 3 sections in a tower. You're going to have sections, and these are clockwise. Some do ABC, some do different rotations. The 3 towers are AT&T towers. They're north-oriented, and there are 1, a 2, and a 3 in the sections. And these sections, these towers are sometimes like in the shallow road over here is 7 miles away from the Cox Road Tower. They're 7 miles apart. So what you're going to get is when you have this tower that's like this section may cover up to 5, 6, 7, even 10 miles out. Okay, they're in 3 sections. And when you read a tower is going to have a number. Like this Cox Road Tower is 3152. And the last number on that tower is going to have a 5-digit number. The first 4 are the tower number. The last one is the cell section it's in. It'll say the tower number, and sections 1, 2, or 3 will be the last numbers on it. That'll tell you what section that cell phone is in that tower. Okay, so that's how you read when you have what is called a tower dump. A tower dump is going to lay all the calls out from that phone number, and when you read it across, it's going to tell you which tower that phone is reading to. The first 4 are the tower numbers. The second last number is the low section it's in. There's another way to read this too. This is I can talk about this now because this is old technology, but there's a Marshal Service way that we used to catch people. because off of the tower, you can ping a cell phone. Even when it's off, as long as the battery is on it, you can ping a cell phone. And what a ping a cell phone is when the AT&T will send a signal to the tower, and that will tell you a signal strength off of the tower, how far that cell phone is out. Okay? So it'll tell you distance from the center of the tower out. So if we get a ping, and let's say it's here, that tells you so signal strength off of the tower, but it's not necessarily that spot. It's anywhere equal distance off of the tower. Anywhere that equal distance, that band through there, that ping, that phone can be anywhere in there based on that signal strength on a ping. Okay? Now, what we used to do in the Marshal Service to catch people is we have a device that our districts have. It's a little machine about this big. You can plug a cell. It's about 2 feet by 1.5 feet by about this big. We had machines in our districts that we could plug a cell phone into. Other agencies don't have this. It's the Marshal Service thing. And what you would do is you would find the kind of cell phone that your bad guy had, your fugitive had, and you would get the same model, make, and wattage, and you would put that in this device. This device will tell you how far you're off the tower. At the same time, we're talking to an AT&T tech, and we're trying to match that person's signal strength. For instance, say this is a very rural area, and you have a road that crosses here, and a road that crosses here, and you have an apartment complex over here or a trailer park over here. What we would do is we would drive to those areas with our machine and try to match its signal strength when that phone is on. So we would know where our person's at. And it will get within 50 yards of the person. Okay? Now, in this case, on Holly's phone was pinged several times. And then what that does is that tells you.
I think Zach just had the realization that this law enforcement dude knows what he's talking about.
Right. I see, smiles even when Doug Bates was giving his opening statement. I said, look, Zach, yeah, he got this in the bag. He got this.
Yeah, like I said, I've never talked to Zach, but I have to believe Zach is sitting there going, you mean all this was knowable when they put me on trial 8 years ago?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and it's amazing. Like people in the chat are even saying that has to be a very terrifying position. I think therapists, may have put it in there to be in that position, to be wrong. And you got to fight tooth and nail to get out of that position. That is so scary. You lose everything behind it. And my biggest thing is that we only get one of these to ride, right? You only get one of these lives to ride. And to be wrongfully convicted of something and be sitting up there is so yeah, I see him with a smile for his wins and things of that nature. So that's awesome to see and to know that he's been in there all this time. So yeah, shout out. I just really hope, and I hate that they taking this forever. I don't know if it's because of the court schedule or how this goes, but good grief. Get this man to trial.
Yeah, and by the way, it's the same two TDOC officers that bring him for a good time. Keep an eye on them sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Especially that dude. There's a couple moments where that dude gives it kind of the, what you talking about,
really?
Willis? Yeah, he hits him with the, what you talk about, Willis.
Oh gosh. BZ got some high. She's saying the beer does good things for him. It's so funny that we had somebody in our chat. I can't remember. Well, they came into our chat and they told me that they were dating Zach. Y'all remember when the young lady came into our chat, said she was dating Zach when he first went to prison, but she said it got too hard because of everybody accusing him, and it was so bad and rough that their relationship had kind of dissolved itself. Was it Michelle? I just remember her coming in and talking to us about it, in the chat. And, we were trying to get some more information. It made me think about it when Beezy was talking about his beard. She in there talking about his beard. Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think Beezy may be a beard girl.
Do you think she a beard girl? She probably is. It's Beezy. Are
she
you a
might be.
beard? You a beard girl? She probably is. She said, I defend beards. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Beard lives matter. All right, here we go, guys.
The distance off
Before
the
he
tower.
gets into the specifics of the case, I'm going to stop him there just for a second. You know, the rules of evidence do allow that if scientific knowledge could help, in this case, the court understand what his testimony is going to be about. He's had 6 years of tracking experience through the U.S. Marshal Service, clearly has an understanding at least of the 2G towers. I'm going to allow him to testify as an expert witness in this.
Now, let me say this. Hit that pause for a second. It wasn't clear in this moment, but I think it became clear later that when Judge Bradbury said, I want to hear what this man has to say, he's kind of said that a lot. If you watch this thing unfold, and I think he got that one right, by the way. I think there's no question John Walker should be qualified as an expert to talk about using 2G cell phone technology to track people. No question. But this moment in retrospect is important because it demonstrated, number one, we were in a different world now because McGinley had just swiped this man away and said, you can tell me you can tell me the facts, but I don't want to hear your opinions. That moment in time, in retrospect, was profound. When Judge Bradbury said he's qualified as an expert, I don't want to hear what he has to say. It kind of set the stage and the atmosphere for just how curious and thoughtful and willing to do this work Judge Bradbury is.
That he wants, even though he, regardless of what you say, why he was disqualified the first time, look, I want to hear what he got to say. He here, so let's hear him. Like instead of being so dismissive, like how the prosecution team is trying to get rid of him, they don't want this stuff to come in. They don't want this to be actually said out loud for anybody to hear it. And I think that's why, and unfortunately, Jennifer, she was in a situation where she couldn't bring the right things out at trial when they were questioning, his expertise and couldn't get it right. And the prosecution ran with it. They had the judge behind them and they kept pushing forward. So this is awesome to hear. So, and it's great that, he's the first witness. I don't know if he's the first witness in 2017. I don't know for the defense because he was called by the defense.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was the first witness then, but I know he's the first witness on this one. And I said, wow.
Yep.
He might have been. I'm gonna have to look and see if he was the first witness.
I don't remember if he was or not. I don't remember the order of the
I'll check
trial
and
witnesses.
see if the defense do it. I'll see on the defense side, was he the first witness or not? I'll look into that. But I'm gonna put this back into the testimony. Feel free to stop me whenever.
You were called to come up to
Okay.
Decatur County. Did you come up as somebody to help lend your services with your knowledge? and experience?
There was a Marshal Service person sent over to help out of Nashville that I know. The problem is the TBI was not sharing information and the FBI wasn't sharing information. So he got frustrated and left. John Mayer, the supervisor of the TBI, noticed that myself and then my partner were looking at the cell phone data pretty seriously about trying to figure out where her phone tracked, because where her phone tracked is probably where she was at. And he knows
Is he done with this board? Can he sit back down?
You want to sit back down? You're going to use this?
Well, I'm going to use the draw. I can sit down for a moment. But it's just, I want to draw out Holly's tracking if I can later.
All right, whenever you get to that.
Okay. He asked us to, if we could map Holly's cell phone. And I said, yes, I can map it. And for the first several months, I continued to ask TBI that I needed this AT&T device so I could figure out where the end of cell sections were. The device will tell you when you shift from one cell section to another cell section. And I didn't have that. I had a very vague area where the cell sections were. For the first 6-7 months, I was trying to do it on just a basic idea about where the cell sections ended at. I didn't know exactly where they overlapped at. And finally, after about 8 months, Terry Dicus was able to get a AT&T tech there. And that AT&T tech showed up with that machine, and I rode in the back of the car for better part of a day while the AT&T tech drove me around, and I mapped these cell sections where they broke at. And this machine that they had was more fancier than the ones we had, because it had 4 phones that were exactly like Holly's, same make, model, and wattage. AT&T phones like Holly's plugged in this machine. And I rode in the back of the car, and I mapped the cell sections. And the way this machine works is it puts a little colored dot, about the size of a punch out on a notebook, little colored dot on the roadway as you drive around. And the colored dots are different colors compared to the sections. One's pink, one's blue, one's red, and all towers have different colored dots. So when you drive around, you can easily map where these spots break at. Because once you do that, you can take where Holly's phone's at, or where it was at, and where it registers in certain cell sections, and you can map out where her phone travels. Now, this does not work in urban areas because there's too many possibilities for roadways. But in an urban area, the roadways are a rural area where the roadways are far apart, you can map this.
And at some point, did you create a map?
Yes, in 2012, I created a map.
If I may, I have one for a bench copy and one for the witness.
That's of how Holly's phone traveled.
Yes, sir.
It's how it traveled between 7:45, well, actually 8 a.m. to 9:30.
And
You said one copy for me.
one copy's for you. Can you hand one to the court, please?
Yeah, this is an overlay of the map. This is what I was originally working with, the overlay. This is me driving around with AT&T, figuring out where cell sections break.
Okay, so to be clear, the second page of this is a map with multiple colors.
Yeah, that's just an overlay. That's the original overlay. It needs to be more accurate. You need to have roadways on that with your drivers. When I drove around with AT&T, I was able to map roadways. And I made my own map. And I did have one in the file, the TBI file.
Okay. And the first page of this.
That's me riding around with AT&T, figuring out where cell sections break at.
You created both of these documents?
Yes. No, I didn't create the first one. AT&T did the first. The second one, AT&T created that. That's AT&T.
Is that the one that was given to you?
Given to me during the first month I was there.
And is this, what was given to you, is this used in your tracking?
It was a general idea, but it wasn't specific enough. I needed more specifics.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to enter this as a collective exhibit next.
Objections?
No.
Or without objections, we'll mark this as Exhibit 4.
Were you able to use your experience and training and develop a route based on Miss Holly's pings?
Yes. No, well, not only her pings, but when somebody called her phone during that 8 a.m. to 9:30, it would register in a cell section. So I had cell sections and pings. So that's distance off of the tower and cell sections, a number of those. And it became real clear because the way the towers line up, it became real clear that her phone left at 8 a.m. and went straight to the freeway, because at 8:11, if it would have ventured over to Bible Hill Road, it would have been on the Parsons Tower. And if at 8:11, it would have ventured over this way, there's a real powerful tower over in this other section of the human tower, it would have been on it. So it was real clear it went straight north.
At some point, did you reduce your work to a memorandum of sorts?
Yes. Well, I made the map first, and the map was there for quite some time. It's I did do a memorandum on it to TBI when her remains were found, and I have a reason why I did that.
Ms. Franks. Sir. You got another exhibit, please. All right, let's pass that one to the court reporter for Exhibit 4.
Judge, what was 3?
3 is a transcript that we're going to supply to you.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what's the first page?
It's an outline of how her phone traveled. and a description of when she was probably killed.
And this is your work product.
Yes.
And when did you develop this work?
There's a reason behind this. The first reason is that I developed this about a week after her remains were found, but I had all of this information in my, because this is just to drive around to figure out the drive time took 3.5 months. Okay, of driving the routes to figure with a stopwatch, figuring the drive time. That was back in 2012 when I created the map. The reason this was created is because for 8 months, while these individuals were in custody, for 8 months, they said that she was taken down and thrown in the river.
Who's they?
TBI.
Okay.
That she's taken down and thrown in the river. And I said, that is not accurate. That phone never went, there's a cell tower down by the river on the west bank, about a mile off the river. That phone never registered on that. So she never went down to the river at all. That's not true. And so if that went on for 8 months, and then her remains were found where I thought they were going to be found.
Let's stop there. When did you think her remains were going to be found?
We thought that in the very first part of the investigation. The first week I was there, me and my partner, Tom Bach, went to the freeway and looked at areas. So we knew that early on. We just didn't know. We were trying to narrow that down because it is a big, vast area.
And what's the road the remains were found off of? Have you been
County
there?
Corner.
Yes. No,
You know the name of the road?
County Corner.
Not off the top of my head.
That's fine. Had you communicated to people prior to the finding of the remains your belief where the remains were?
Yes. The morning that the skeletal remains were found, I called Ricky Edmonds, the chief deputy of the county, and I asked him, I said, where were those remains found?
All right, the objection is hearsay.
First of all, there's been no statement from Investigator Inman yet. He is saying, I called.
I'll talk to him.
He started to talk about what he said out of court.
He's a declarant. It's not.
Hold on one second. The proposed statement was what he was about to say that the other person said. Or are you saying that his statement's
He's
hearsay?
about to offer an out-of-court statement of his own, out-of-court statement that he's offering.
Oh, Your Honor, hearsay is what's.
Is it for the truth?
I don't know what Investigator Inman said in response. What the general's response is what Mr. Walker said is hearsay. He's testifying. He can say what he said outside of court.
But it's being offered in court. The question is it for the truth of the matter? So the objection is sustained. It is hearsay. But I've got to hear what it is to find out if it's for the truth of the matter.
We're talking about Inman.
I'm talking about Mr. Walker's statement too.
Respectfully, Your Honor, under 801, a declarant is a person who makes a statement. Hearsay is a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying.
While testifying.
Yes. So it's not hearsay.
He's testifying today.
Hold on, Ms. Walker.
I'm sorry.
The statement that he made out of court is hearsay. If he's going to say, I said this 6 years ago, he is the declarant making that statement. Now, it's hearsay, Mr. Bates. Now, again, I'm going to hear it anyway because I've got to make a determination if it's being offered for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, if I can just briefly, this is
a classic example of an argument we've had for years. So go ahead and put your position in, Mr. Bates. I understand he's the declarant and he's in court now.
That's right.
But him saying I said something X out of court, if it's being offered for the truth of the matter, is hearsay.
And respectfully, the reason it's not is because the witness is here to be cross-examined.
That's not an exception to hearsay.
Oh.
We're getting in the weeds here on an issue. I'm going to hear what he has to say.
Okay.
Please proceed with the questioning, Mr. Bates.
Take your win.
What did you tell You called investigator
I
and
called investigator that morning and asked him where the remains were found. And he said, up there near the freeway where you always wanted to look. And I said, exactly where they, and he described by the Verizon Tower. And I said to him, those are Holly's remains. And he said to me back, he says, well, that hasn't been determined yet. I said, well, they're Holly's. Because that's where I always wanted to look with him and Terry Dykes near the freeway, because that's where this map led. That's where she should be. Okay.
in your work prior to the finding of the remains, did you discuss with anyone your belief that the remains were?
Yes, co-workers, friends, TBI agents.
What made you say the remains would be where they?
Because her phone tracks to the freeway, the Shallow Road Tower. I think it's 109.6 of the tower, section 1. It tracks to there, and it spends about 25 minutes there. It gets there around 8:30, and it departs that area around right before 9 o'clock toward the Cox Road Tower. Her phone goes straight there and spends about 25 minutes there, and that's where her remains were found, in that cell section of the Shallow Road Tower.
You produced a map at some point.
Yes, I did. In
And
2012.
when did you produce the map?
2012. After I rode with AT&T to figure out where the cell sections broke at, it took me about 3 months because I had to drive the routes with a stopwatch to make sure that things match, because it doesn't take much that you drive the wrong roadway, you end off the timeline. You have to make the timeline match to where you're in this cell section and this cell section, and the pings match also on the top of it. You have to make it match. And when you match those things up, there's one route.
Did you determine, did you use the victim's belongings in attaching this map?
Yes, I did, because when it exits that area, and it exits the area right around 9 o'clock, it comes back across the freeway, because it's on Cox Road Tower at that time, section 3. And it comes back across the freeway, and it looks like the person was throwing the stuff out the driver's side, driving on, I think it's Yellow Springs Road, driving south. And they threw it out for about a mile or maybe 3/4 mile, and they stopped as they went south.
The young lady in the glasses is Savannah. She's a paralegal and a law student, works for Doug.
Okay.
And her job is to reveal nothing by her facial expressions and be attentive and ready to hand Doug whatever she's supposed to know he needs next.
So I have a question. When we were watching the 20, and I'm gonna say one of these trials, I know that they had somebody that was on the stand, and they were being cross-examined, and in regards to the pings when she first went missing, and I remember cross-examining them and saying, "Well, did you know that you could have been asking for a ping every minute?" Because it seemed like they had their pings when they were pinging her phone when she first went missing, pretty far apart, and when they were being cross-examined, they had asked them, "Well, did you know that?" And that person was unaware that they could have asked for AT&T or whoever to be pinging her phone more often than not.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you recall that testimony? I remember, and I can't remember. It was one of the marshals or somebody early on in the case.
Yes. As John Walker just testified, we who are not John Walker, we say ping. And to me, ping meant contact with the tower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ping to these cell phone tower experts, what that meant was AT&T says, touch it, reach out from the tower and touch that phone.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have given them a much more accurate location in real time.
Mm-hmm.
And it might have been actionable intelligence for them. But as John Walker said, when you ping the phone in 2011 with 2G technology, what you couldn't see that he was trying to draw was imagine a tower broadcasting in every direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're looking down up from the top of the tower, like a bird's eye view from the top of the tower, these 2G towers had 3 sectors, and 360 divided by 3 is 120, right? So each sector was 120 degrees of coverage. And when you pinged a phone, when you had the cell tower operator ping the phone, what it would do was reach out and touch the phone and get a return signal and tell you which sector it was in and approximately how far from the tower the phone was.
Okay.
Now, what that means is you've got a distance from the tower on an arc that's 120 degrees of, say, sweep, right? It doesn't give you an exact location. Now, I am reluctant to criticize the law enforcement officers who were there on the ground at the time,
Mm-hmm.
because I guess the best terminology I can use is the fog of war is real. They had a missing girl. They had dozens of law enforcement coming that were being coordinated. They had community members coming forward. They had dog teams. They had people going out and, just like she was last seen at that wood line, bam, crew of people off into the woods, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, it's one of these things that in retrospect, yes, had someone with requisite knowledge been on the scene to say, get me the cell phone operator, we're gonna ping this thing over and over and over again and stay on top of its location as best we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they would have had actionable intelligence. Would that have saved Holly's life? I don't think so, because I think Holly was dead within 30 minutes or an hour. I think she was dead within under an hour. And so might it have saved her life? Maybe. It would have required some real focused understanding of the data that they had and effective action on it, and a little bit of luck, probably more than a little bit of luck. Because keep in mind, all you would have had would have been, and I can't do the math, but and John Walker can, but let's say that from that tower you ping her phone and it's a mile from the tower.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't do the math, but if it's a mile from the tower and it's in a 120 degree sector,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how large a distance we're looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yes, they probably could have, if they'd have had the right people at the right place with the right information, might they have been able to get Holly alive? That may be a little optimistic. Might they have been able to find her remains almost immediately? Much more likely.
Yeah, and I know hindsight is 20/20, right? But I was thinking to myself, I'm like, gosh, if they, maybe they could have caught them in the act. Maybe they could have caught them right leaving. Maybe.
Well, if you want to hear my theory on this, I'll be happy to tell you why I think that's.
Sure.
Maybe. My theory.
Mm-hmm.
Theory, right? I think what happened was Holly's abductor thought he had gotten away cleanly. And if, in fact, her abductor was Terry Britt, Terry Britt's modus operandi in history suggests that he liked to he liked to torture his victims. He liked to keep them, torture them, and commit heinous acts against them for a prolonged period of time.
Wow.
And the survivors have described that. I think it's possible that there are women who experienced this that didn't survive, perhaps including Holly. But I think that Holly's abductor believed they had gotten away from the scene cleanly, and that they probably had a significant head start on anyone looking for her. And I think that it took not very long before her abductor was notified by an accomplice using a burner phone that everyone in the world was looking for Holly right now. And that whatever that person's plans for Holly were that day suddenly collapsed, and that the situation was that her abductor went into panic and probably acted to get away from her and from the scene quickly.
Mhm.
And if you look at John Walker's map, you'll see that Holly's phone stops. I think it's about, I'm working from memory, but I think it's about 30 minutes after her abduction, and it stays put for about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I think Holly was dead between 30 minutes and an hour from her abduction. And that after that, her abductor took her phone with him and eventually realized that he needed to terminate that phone's capacity to reach the tower, and did that at about 9:25 a.m., about an hour and a half after her abduction at Gooch Creek Bridge, where several of Holly's personal items were recovered, including by John Walker.
Yeah.
So I think when people talk about, oh, if only they'd done all these things, they could have saved her life, maybe, but her abductor had at least a half an hour head start on them before they might have, if everything had fallen into place, begun to arrive where her phone might have been.
Mhm.
And I think by then it might have been over.
Yeah. And we just don't know.
It's nice to think that Holly might have been saved from death. Maybe. I'm reluctant, like I said, I'm reluctant to criticize the many hardworking, good police officers who responded to this situation and did the best they could under extraordinarily difficult circumstances, for not foiling what, in my opinion, was a completely premeditated, planned, surveilled, and well executed abduction done at the hands of someone who had done it previously.
Right.
So I think when you have, the evidence points to an abductor who surveilled Holly and stalked her for weeks or more. The evidence points to someone who had done it before. The evidence point to someone who had the audacity and the brazenness to yank a woman out of her own driveway at broad daylight.
Right. And he had to her there because it was blood.
And get away immediately, leave only one witness with not a lot of detail to give them. And if I'm right about my suspicions, has eluded prosecution for 14 years.
Yeah.
So to suggest that they could have essentially solved this crime in 30 minutes if only they'd paid attention, I'm not quite ready to go there.
Okay, well, you won't go there. Don't let you go there. I know that you had a time limit. Just let me know whenever you're ready. Guys,
I'm good for the time being.
Okay. If anybody has any questions, don't forget to pop those questions in. We'll go back into the testimony. Let's see here.
All right, thank you all for your patience with that. The storm wasn't nearly as severe as we thought, but it's better to be safe.
A storm.
And let me also state for both parties and Mr. Adams, I zoom in Miss Susan Jones, the capital case attorney, who's unable to be here. So if you see me mess with my computer, it's getting Miss Jones to be able to hear the proceedings.
That is a whole nother thing.
You may proceed, sir.
Mr. Walker, you prepared the map.
Yes, sir.
You identified first where you thought the remains would be.
Yes.
And that was validated.
Yes.
You did you apply your experience and training to make sense out of the locations of the cell phone and the discarded evidence from there until the last evidence was found?
Exactly. I always thought that the route ended at the Gooch Creek because her lunchbox was found at the creek on Gooch Creek Road, the creek there. And when I talked to the person that found the lunchbox, they said that it was. Okay. I'll tell you.
What's the objection?
Hearsay.
He was about to testify to something somebody else said, so objection sustained, but you can rephrase your question.
And just an expert is allowed to use hearsay in reaching conclusions that would otherwise be inadmissible.
All right. He's responded that this is part of his conclusion. Ms. Wyrick?
Yes, sir.
All right, so objection's overruled. He may proceed.
Okay. The person that found the lunchbox said that there's a huge culvert there that washes south. And I was under the impression that was probably in the route where all the large items were thrown, because her lunchbox was found there. It was hanging on a stick, like they'd thrown it out, but the strap of the lunchbox had caught a stick, so it didn't wash down the creek. And I believe that was where all of her large items were, which was missing a biology book, a purse, her notebook, and her lunchbox. And I asked Terry Dicus, I said, I think that's the end of the route. There was people around me that disagreed. When I went down to the creek and asked Dicus if I go look, and within half an hour, I found her notebook. It had been washed down the creek about 75 yards up in the branches. I found her notebook.
When was this?
I'm not sure. I don't know the exact date. It was probably a month into the investigation.
Okay.
Because it looked to me like from the cell records that the phone traveled to the freeway, paused, and then came back south to that area. And I said that would make sense to me, thinking that if the person abducted her and had this stuff in his vehicle, that would be the best place to get rid of it, is this creek with the big large culvert, and the creek was washing down in the woods.
Have you been physically to the places along this route on your map?
Many times, because I had to figure the map out by driving it, by overlapping, like I said, by overlapping cell sections, pings, drive times. You have to make the roadways match. You can't be out in the middle of nowhere. You have to make it all match. So no, and I've driven this route more than 50 times.
You able to determine general location of Mr. Terry Britt's home on the map that you've prepared?
Yes, it's just north of it. Because I told Terry Dicus when I was developing this map and thinking the end of the route was where the creek is, I said, your suspect probably lives in this area, because they're going to have to know this road. This is a very rural road, Gooch Creek, where the creek is. You would have to drive that. Not the average person out there, even the average person in Decatur County would not know this road. It's a very secluded road. I said, the person probably drives this, and they wouldn't know where that creek's at. And I told early on, I said, I'd say in 2012, I said, your suspect likely lives in this area.
And I'm going to hand you a purple marker on the map that you've provided. Can you identify this? And yes, on the exhibit itself.
What do you want me to?
I apologize. Yeah.
Talking about this map here?
Yes. Hold on, Mr. Walker. You have a map with the abduction investigation and a timeline, part of a 3-page exhibit.
Yes.
First, and this is all data you prepared.
Yes, I prepared this, yes.
And I move to enter it into exhibit.
Objections, Ms. Wyrick? Moving this.
Yeah.
All right, without objections, we'll mark this as Exhibit 5, 3-page document.
Now, on the map portion of Exhibit 5, can you place the circle where you identified years ago where you thought the suspect
Would live or does live?
Would live first.
I would say a circle of, I would say a quarter of a
The
mile.
hypothetical suspect or the one I've named? I can draw a lot smaller circle if you just want the one I've named.
Right. So I guess when they're getting into this evidence in regards to the exact location where her body would be found, things of that nature. Like if they would have just went with what he was saying back then, evidence that may have been there would be there.
Yeah, that was
different things.
When I took John to the scene of her remains, where her remains were recovered. That's what he said. He said, I said, you could feel the heaviness, right? Like, he'd never been there. And I went with him. I picked him up and we went out there and he took me on this route, drove the whole route, told me all the things he's testifying to. And then we went to where her remains were recovered and walked out into the woods where they were. And I said, what does it feel like? Is there like a sense of guilt and he said, no, it just feels like unfinished business. And I think John would agree with me that nobody could have saved her life that day, the way it went. But had they found her remains sooner, they probably would have had a lot better evidence from the crime scene to work with.
Yeah.
Whatever that might have been.
DNA, all types.
Could be DNA, a more complete skeleton, hair fibers, blood, something. Because of course, 3.5 years later, not a lot was there to be recovered. And to my knowledge, none of what was recovered from the scene of her remains was helpful in linking it to a suspect.
Right.
So, you could just tell that this weighed on John Walker and Terry Dykes and Art Viveros, because to this day, they remain convinced that Terry Britt did this. And Terry Britt is not in prison, and he is out living in the community where this happened.
Yeah, I don't even understand how he had all that other stuff. But
I'll say this. I think one of the things that bothers so many of them is not only that Zach and Dylan and Shane and Jason Autry, drug addicts and thieves that they may be, that they are, they didn't deserve this. But worse, if Terry Britt did this community remains in danger, because Dr. Spirko has been emphatic. If you're Terry Britt, this isn't something you just stop doing.
Right.
And Terry Britt's record is starting in 1977. He began raping women, and he has been considered a violent sex offender for most of my life. And the nightmare scenario here is Terry Britt reoffends. And only then do authorities and others say, he might should have been in prison, because that's happened before. So it's, and when I've talked to Dr. Spirko about this, one of the points she makes is that's going to be a really tough day for the Bobo family if that happens, because not only will it become clear that the man who committed these crimes against their daughter was never prosecuted for them, now someone else has been prosecuted for them, and this commitment to the idea that Zach and the others did this, it will be coupled with potentially the guilt of knowing that this next crime, should there be one, could have been prevented.
So do you think, because I did, and I don't know what your opinion may be on this in regards to the mom. It seemed like the mom and the dad of Holly Bobo, they did a lot of their self-investigation. Like,
They worked. And,
like, how does that work?
Well, I want to be real clear about this. I think that there are people who may have come to the conclusion that I'm somehow in advocating for Zach's conviction to be set aside, that I'm somehow anti-Bobo family, and that's just not true. I find it. I have compassion for them, because I think that they have co-signed on a theory of this case that that they were given reason to believe. Now, when this happened, and to be clear, I've never spoken to anyone in the Bobo family. I would love to, if they want to, if they would like to participate in my podcast or just talk to me off the record. I'd love to hear from them. I'd love to talk to them. I don't expect them to do that, but I'd love to. But to answer your question, at the time that their daughter was kidnapped, of course they became very active in attempting to recover her and locate her. And it actually became kind of a conflict between the Bobo family and law enforcement, because you have hope that if someone snatches your daughter off out of the driveway at 7:45 in the morning, that by 7:45 in the evening, case closed, bad guy in jail, daughter home safely, tragedy narrowly averted. Of course, that's not what happened. This dragged on and on and on and on and on. And there was an open rift between the Bobo family and TBI, so much that there are, to this day on YouTube, there are press conferences held by the Bobo family critical of the TBI for not solving this crime already, and for not, in their mind, applying enough resources, or for being less than fully energetic or committed to it and everything else. So the Karen Bobo was relentless in trying to solve this crime, recover her daughter. And she approached Zach. And the information that I've got is that part of the rift between law enforcement and the Bobo family was that the law enforcement would be developing a lead or working on a lead and pursuing it, and they would brief the Bobo family on updates. And sometimes the Bobo family would say, "Oh, you're investigating person X," jump in the car, ride over and ring the doorbell and be like, "So, what do you know about my daughter's disappearance?" And so there became this conflict between TBI wanting and needing to keep the Bobo family informed on the one hand, and on the other hand, having the Bobo family sometimes allegedly take those briefings and go maybe interfere or disrupt them. So I don't fault the Bobo family for much here. Their daughter was kidnapped. The crime was they didn't even have a proper service for her remains for years because they weren't found. And I think when you're in a position like that, you want and need closure. And they were told what the evidence that the TBI was going to use was, and it didn't help. Look, let's be honest. I try to be fair about this. It damn sure didn't help that Zach reportedly said things implicating himself in her disappearance and murder. That didn't help. So I guess that's an answer.
Yeah, I just guess my thing is that not like I think like when we were talking about in court and them her being able to testify to some of that stuff, and I don't know how that works because I'm not an attorney, but it just seems weird to me that that information was allowed to be, hey, I went and questioned Zach, because it wasn't Zach testifying, it was her testifying. She could have said anything that Zach said, and I didn't understand how they even came in.
Well, so one of the rules of evidence is that it's a statement of a party opponent or an admission against interest. Karen Bobo was allowed to say what Zach had said to her because Zach was the defendant. And the idea is that, well, you wouldn't say something implicating yourself in a crime if it weren't true. Now, Zach denied it to Karen Bobo, who incidentally was his 4th grade teacher.
Definitely a small community is what I realized. It's like everybody knows everybody, and I'm like 4th grade teacher. That's the only way he knows her. Well, okay. I just thought it was weird, but that's good to know that that's how the evidence came in, because I kept sitting over here like, why is she able to say this stuff?
Yeah, and just to go one step further with the Bobos, just imagine, their daughter is kidnapped. They all get up on April 13th, 2011 and go about what they think is going to be a normal day. They go to work, they leave their daughter at home, she's going to go take an exam, they're all going to be back for dinner. Clint lives there. It's a Wednesday. And that was the last time they ever saw her. And, at some point, I think psychologically and emotionally, closure matters more than truth. And I don't, if that's what's happened here, I don't blame them. Imagine the impact that it could have on the Bobo family for Judge Bradbury to look at this evidence and say, this trial was constitutionally defective, and I'm going to set aside this conviction. To some extent, that will have the effect of teleporting the Bobo family backwards in time to the eve of the trial. I don't blame them for not wanting to go back there. Now, if I were able to talk to them, I would politely challenge them to think of the options. One of which is the man who did this is free, and he's going to do it to someone else's daughter. And meanwhile, 2 men are in prison for what happened to your daughter that shouldn't be there, and they have a mother too.
So Dylan is also, that's the brother, right?
Yeah, Dylan's the younger brother who's serving 35 years. I mean,
he served for this same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Dylan took what's called an Alford plea.
Okay.
And an Alford plea is where you essentially say, I'm not going to make everyone go to trial. I don't admit I did it, but I admit the evidence looks pretty bad. And so, Judge, if you want to put a guilty down for me, go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We listened to the calls with, in his testimony when they finally allow him to testify in front of this judge. We did listen to that, and I listened to the calls. I'm like, that mama ain't mama was on that phone like,
oh, she was lighting him up, right? I've spent time with Cindy. Yeah, I've spent time with Cindy, and she's heartbroken. Yeah. I mean, her sons are in prison for something that it looks like they didn't do. And they're there in part because one of her sons implicated himself and his brother. And so I was there. I try to bring a human dimension to this because when I was a younger lawyer, I had a case one time, and I was talking to my mentor about it, and the backstory doesn't matter, but he said something to me that stuck, and he said, "Yeah, Everybody loves justice till they get a little dose. And, the human dimension that I think I'd like to share with people is I was there when Dylan testified in this PCR conviction or hearing rather. And it was the first time those brothers had been in the same room in like 10, 12 years. They hadn't seen each other. They hadn't been allowed to communicate. And they're both there in part because Dylan gave this ridiculous false confession. And I don't think I was experiencing something that wasn't happening. Zach sobbed openly when he watched his brother take the witness stand and testify and deny that his confession had been true and explain why his confession was coerced, and then explain how no, of course they didn't kill Holly Bobo and everything else. I mean, it just imagine brothers. I mean, growing up, and one day this terrible thing happens in your community, and now you and your brother are in prison, and both of you know you didn't do it, and one of you bears some responsibility for being in prison, for the both of you being in prison.
So do you think those come from when people? Because I think that people are pressured in confessing to stuff that they didn't do all the time.
Oh my God, the confession, the so-called confession of Dylan Adams, in my opinion, should be shown to would-be detectives across this country as a textbook example of what never to do. It is atrocious. It's awful. The context of that confession is absurd. Dylan Adams, who has a history of intellectual deficits, documented, was in federal prison. He was in federal holding, pending a trial, and he is offered the opportunity to plead guilty and get out of jail upon his plea. The condition of getting out of jail was that he would go live with a man named Dennis Benjamin. He never met Dennis Benjamin. He didn't know Dennis Benjamin. At the time that Dylan Adams pleads guilty in federal court and gets out of jail and is court ordered as a condition of his probation to go live with Dennis Benjamin is working for the Bobo family to solve this crime. He is a retired police officer from Memphis. And Dylan Adams, who does not know him, is ordered, you want out of jail? You go live with Dennis Benjamin.
Oh.
So Dylan goes and lives with Dennis Benjamin. And about a month later, they find Holly's remains. And about a week later, Dennis Benjamin calls his friends at the TBI and says, hey guys, good news. I solved this crime for you guys. Dylan just confessed. I'll bring him right in. So Dennis Benjamin puts Dylan in the car, drives him down to the TBI Jackson office. And for 4.5 hours, they, Brent Booth and Jeff Jackson, interview Dylan. And it's so obvious. You don't need any experience at all other than being a human being to watch that video and know that Dylan has no idea what he's supposed to be saying. And everyone in the room is frustrated because Dylan doesn't know what he's supposed to confess to. They're trying to remind him without looking like they're reminding him what Dennis Benjamin told them he said. Dennis Benjamin is on the other side of the glass watching this fiasco unfold. And it goes on for 4.5 hours. And during that so-called confession, Dylan Adams tells a story in which Jason Autry is sort of the ringleader. And Jason Autry and Zach and Shane and Dylan rape Holly at Zach's home. Dylan does so only because Jason Autry puts a gun to him and says, you're up, buddy, your turn. So the TBI goes out and rips Zach's home apart. And I've been there too. And it is the way they left it all these years later. And they tore up floorboards. They took furniture. They cut furniture apart. They did everything they could to find any evidence at all to corroborate that there was a brutal, violent assault and rape in that home. And they came up with nothing. Nothing. So Dylan Adams' so-called confession is never offered in evidence at any courthouse until Doug Bates puts it into evidence to demonstrate how ridiculous Dylan's so-called confession was and how far afield the police were.
Okay, right. Yeah, I noticed that when we listened to it, it was kind of like he wasn't even saying anything. They were saying that he was just agreeing or whatever he was doing or repeating it back. Like, I don't even think
the moment it's if you know a little bit about this case, and certainly Jeff Jackson, the principal interview in that so-called confession, knew a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Jackson should have thrown Dylan out in 5 minutes and said, "Get out of here. You're here telling me something that didn't happen." Jeff Jackson should have just gone out in the hall and told Dennis Benjamin, "Don't ever do that again. Don't ever bring me someone like this again. I don't care how helpful you want to be. I understand you're working for the Bobos, trying to help them get their daughter back or solve this crime or whatever you're doing. Don't ever do that again." This interview should have been 5 minutes long. As we all know, that's not what happened. But that so-called confession formed the energy, if you will, for why the 4 people who were implicated in this crime eventually stayed on the list. It's like the TBI said, "Well, we tried to prove that what Dylan just told us is what happened, but that's not what happened because we clearly have essentially disproven it. But these 4 names are still good for us." So they just abandoned Dylan's explanation, so-called confession, but they keep the 4 names and they just start saying, "Well, it's got to be these 4. So we'll just figure out another way to explain what these 4 did." And instead of Jason Autry being a rapist involved in the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo, by the time they get to trial, Jason Autry has become this accidental witness who just happened to be present when Zach finally killed her. So you cannot accept Dylan's so-called confession and Jason Autry's testimony at trial. They are completely irreconcilable. And the state, just glosses right over that. But in the so-called confession, there are a couple of moments that you just know watching. This is ridiculous because you can see Jeff Jackson, the TBI agent's face.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan at one point starts to ad lib and start to try to be helpful, right? And Dylan says something like, "Oh yeah, well that's when we raped her in the basement." And Jeff Jackson practically throws his pen over his shoulder. He's like, "Basement? Now we got a crime scene we don't know anything about and we got to go find?" And that's not bad enough. Moments later, Dylan says something about the murder weapon. And he tells Jeff Jackson, "Well, yeah, y'all already got the murder weapon. Y'all picked that up a long time ago." And Jeff Jackson just about comes unglued because now this confession that Dennis Benjamin has brought them has now implicated a whole new crime scene that they'd never heard about.
Uh-huh.
And a murder weapon that they supposedly already have in evidence. And Jeff Jackson's just like, "You got to be kidding me."
Wow. And and then the mattress thing, I never understood what the hell was about this mattress that nobody grabs. Like, don't keep talking to me about a mattress that nobody touched, and y'all saying it's so odd, it shouldn't have been there. All of these things, get the mattress.
Well, you can watch Dylan's testimony not Dylan, you can watch Zach's testimony from November.
Yeah.
And, just ask yourself, does it make sense to you what Zach said? I mean, the testimony previously had been make it very suspicious and nefarious that Zach's out there with this, trying to clean this mattress, right?
Right.
Well, first of all, ask yourself, if you saw someone that you thought was guilty of raping and murdering a girl in your home cleaning a mattress, maybe go get it. Maybe go get it.
Yeah,
They
or don't
didn't.
talk to me about it.
But the second thing that when Zach testified, he goes, "Yeah, we moved her in and we had a spare mattress, and so I just leaned it up against the house, and every once in a while I'd go out there and like knock the cobwebs off of it, and try to like get the dirt off of it." Well, I mean, does that make sense? Yeah, to me it makes. Yeah, I mean, if you've ever been out in rural West Tennessee, seeing a mattress laying around in the yard or up against a home is not a particularly shocking or unique thing. But
Yeah, I just got a lot of issues with certain stuff that they did and what they wanted to present, because like I said, I'm like, don't keep telling me about a mattress that y'all did not collect. Like that's my spidey sense. Like I don't
right.
want to hear y'all talking about a doggone mattress. And yeah, it makes sense. Like even when he got cross-examined in the 2025 hearing and she asked him about the mattress, he was like, look, it was right there by our back, by the bedroom on the back porch where the mattress is at. So it wasn't like, it was in a bad location or anything like that. And I'm like, if they don't stop talking about this mattress, but this man that they did not collect, that was there, that was leaning against the wall all this time, or the house or whatever, like it was really, like, really, why are we bringing in stuff that does not matter at all?
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. There were a whole lot of like innuendos and inferences that the state wanted people to draw, that it's kind of like, even when Brent Booth was asked during his testimony in 2025 in the post-conviction relief petition, do you have any physical evidence to connect Zach to this crime? My memory is that Booth's first answer was, what do you mean evidence? And when pressed, he later said, well, the fingernail polish. And apparently, at some point, the state recovered like a bottle of fingernail polish from Zach's home that in no way was connected to Holly, other than it might have been like a similar shade. Or, I mean, it's like you go to Walgreens and they got fingernail polish and you've had a girlfriend live with you. And so one of the lead TBI agents was reduced to admitting that the only thing he could think of that was evidence that connected Zach to Holly was that Zach had in his home a bottle of fingernail polish that was similar to the shade or something like that. I mean, and there's and he's in prison for life plus 50 on that.
Yeah, it's insane, especially when you don't have any like actual evidence. Like, like you gotta have something to connect me. Let's see here. I think we can. Let's see how this sounds to everybody, because I do want to get through something. We are not even halfway through Walker's testimony. I know, I'm so bad. So I'm gonna play it and
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry to keep doing all these sideshows. People might have tuned in to just focus on this, and I'm over here talking about fingernail polish.
No, I really, really appreciate the overall view, and I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat does too. Somebody giving us a different take and from a legal perspective, because like I said, I am not an attorney, so when I'm hearing all this stuff, I'm just like, okay, well, I don't understand why certain things have to come in, and it's good to have you here to be able to explain questions that I've been having or wanting to ask somebody who knows this legal leads that I call it, and when they get to fighting with each other, it's so funny because I like attorneys and different people that know some of this legal stuff to be kind of like questioning each other. Like I got prosecutors on the stand there that have to testify, and they're like, can I object? Well, no, you're a witness right now. Hold on, Missy. When Jennifer did that when she was on the thing, I'm like, no.
Yeah,
He's like, I want to object to that. I'm like,
I mean, on the one hand, I can kind of understand it. On the other hand, I think that was probably not the moment in time to play cute.
Yeah, but they don't. They it's like they can't. And I understand, and nobody wants their authority or a decision that they made or something that they did to be questioned. Nobody
Well, right.
wants.
You have confirmation bias, and your ego invested in I got this right.
Right.
I think that's the human I think that's the human condition, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Jennifer Nichols does not ever want to live in a world where she let Terry Britt walk around and get away with this.
Right.
Particularly because it might be all but impossible to prosecute Terry Britt for Holly Bobo's disappearance and murder at this point, given how the state vouched for him.
So they can't even come back.
Right.
And then they had the nerve to have him up there testifying. Yeah. Okay.
Well, before you go back to John Walker, I want to point this out. And I mean, this may be obvious, so perhaps it is, but I've been doing this a long time. I've tried a lot of cases. I've never seen or even heard of a case where the following two things happened. The defense called 3 law enforcement officers who had participated in the investigation to the stand to defend their client, and they did so willingly and with full chest. Okay, number one. Number two, I've never seen a prosecutor put a serial violent sex offender on the stand and allow him, encourage him, and facilitate him mocking those 3 law enforcement officers who thought he did it. So just when you watch this man testify, understand that he testified for the defense voluntarily in 2017 with a negative impact on his law enforcement career for having done it. That's and Jennifer Nichols put Terry Britt on the stand and facilitated him mocking these men. It's to say that it is offensive and outrageous is to say too little.
Yeah, I think it's very rare. I don't think I've ever seen, and as a juror, because I can think of myself as a juror, I'm thinking to myself, well, these are marshals. They have to be experienced. They've been in the field for whatever years they say. And then you telling me y'all got rid of all of them, all 3 of them, nobody could do it right. but the defense brings them in, like, yeah, that would, as a juror, that probably would have, but I think that
I mean, it's not uncommon to like go hire an expert witness who is a former law enforcement officer who comes in and says, they should have done this better. They should have done this different. That's not what happened. These are the 3 men, Dykus, Viveros, and Walker, who were run off of this case because they believed that Terry Britt did it. And the authorities above them, the powers that be above them, were tired of hearing it. And they wanted a different solution to this problem. And so they destroyed these men's careers. And in the courtroom, they let a convicted violent sex offender, kidnapping rapist mock these men.
Yeah, that's a heavy load to have. And yeah, I don't know what to say. And it's just so, I just don't understand why.
Well, you can go watch a lot of true crime. You can go watch a lot of trials. You won't see that again.
Yeah, but when we're thinking about it, I don't understand why couldn't Jennifer just let it be a Terry Britt, or why couldn't it be Terry Britt, or why did it have to be different?
Well, okay, so the timeline of this thing too is by the time Jennifer Nichols got involved, this thing was more than a little bit baked.
Okay.
Jennifer Nichols inherited this case when this train had left the station. Now, she had an ethical responsibility to vet it and do it appropriately. And in my opinion, she did not. But this was not something that Jennifer Nichols sat down one day and said, from scratch, here's what we're going to do. The local DA's office had recused themselves and had a conflict with the TBI. And I mean, there's just, this is a perfect storm of, in my opinion, incompetence, corruption, and sloth. Because there were good people doing the best they could with this situation, who were working alongside and sometimes under the supervision of people who may not have been good people doing the best they could. Some of these people were, in my opinion, protecting the pension that was not far away. So, when you see some of the original witnesses from the trial in this case, remember that some of them had just watched career law enforcement officers run out of the building, and they were looking at their watches going, I got like 5 years left. You tell me I'm not supposed to look at Mr. Britt anymore. I'm not. Yes, sir. I'll go find somebody else.
Wow. Such a miscarriage of justice, right? And we depend on them to get this right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as this case, you could say that your system of justice is no better than its worst outcome. That might be a little bit unfair. It might be a little bit hyperbolic, but
it stands out like a sore thumb when it happens, no matter.
This should get fixed. And remember this too. Zach Adams asked, everything you're watching, everything that's happened in this post-conviction relief is driven towards one goal: give me a new trial. If the state wants it, if the state of Tennessee wants to keep me in prison, make them do it correctly.
Right. That's my thing. That's what it is.
Make them do it right.
Right. Yeah. So that'd be my whole thing when we be listening at these, because everybody requests an appeal, right? Whether they're guilty or not, everybody want to appeal. And when I be listening to these, I'm like, okay, if the jury, at least I found out from looking at some of the Richard Allen stuff with his appeal, would there be some evidence that was left out or that was ruled on that if it came in, the original trial could have the jury thinking something totally different? And I think that's, to my understanding, on how appeals may be granted for people, a new trial to be given for people. Like, we have to, it can't be that they, and you can correct me, I'm probably wrong in what I'm saying. The way I'm saying this is that I was led to believe that, at least the way I read it, is that if he is guilty, how they got to the guilty verdict didn't really matter. But if there is some evidence that was not brought in for whatever reason into the first case, that's what judges look at to decide if they need a new trial. Am I putting that the right way? Or am I thinking about it the right way when we looking at why new trials are given? Because it has to be something extra, right? It got to be something that would change the jury's mind, because it can't be just the way we get there, right? Because if a person,
so there's, okay, we're gonna, I will try not to get too far into the technical weeds. Okay. There's two pathways, right? There's what we call a direct appeal. Okay. And that's where you say, for example, hey, the judge allowed this evidence in and he shouldn't have, and therefore it prejudiced my right to a fair trial and I should get a new trial. Okay. Or the judge gave the jury this instruction. That instruction is an inaccurate statement of the law, and I should get a new trial because the judge gave the jury a bad instruction. Okay. Or you could say, and defendants say this all the time, and I don't know that I've ever seen an opinion where it worked, but you always say, hey, look, if you take everything that the witness has said, it's not enough to convict me. Now, that never works, but everybody says it because It's one of the things you're allowed to say. Those are the things that are handled on the type of things, not an exhaustive list, but a short list of common things that are handled on what we call a direct appeal. Okay. Zach has done his direct appeal. That's over with. That's been done.
Okay.
Where we are now is we're in what's called a post-conviction relief hearing. And this is where Zach is allowed to say things like, my lawyer did such a bad job, I should get a new trial. Or the prosecution concealed evidence that they should have made available to my lawyer, and therefore I should get a new trial. Or I'm actually innocent, and there's evidence now that proves that. So we are now in this post-conviction relief where Judge Bradbury could grant the petition and set aside the conviction if he finds that Jennifer Thompson was ineffective as a constitutional measure, that there was prosecutorial misconduct, and or that Zach has evidence now of actual innocence. So that's kind of 2 years worth of law school and 30 years worth of practice summarized into 2 minutes. But at this point, I think it's important. Here's what's been astonishing to me in this case. If you watch the 2017 trial from beginning to end, and you then watch the as yet incomplete but soon to be done 2025 post-conviction relief hearing, here's what's astonishing. There is only one thing that Doug Bates has offered Judge Bradbury that wasn't on the hard drive that Jennifer Thompson had in 2017. And that is the Jason Autry video where he recants, which Judge Bradbury, I think correctly, did not admit into evidence. So if you watch the 2017 trial and you watch the 2025 post-conviction relief hearing, what Doug Bates has done essentially is show Judge Bradbury what Jennifer Thompson should have and should have been able to show the jury in 2017, that because of her own ineffectiveness and the prosecutorial misconduct that happened, that jury didn't see. So a lot of times in these post-conviction relief hearings, what you're doing is you're saying, I found a witness that no one had ever known existed before. And that witness was unknown to everyone, but here they are, come on in. Or commonly these days, hey, we've run the DNA and my client's innocent, okay? We didn't have the ability to do it in 1980. We now do. We ran it. He's innocent. And it turns out that DNA belongs to some other scumbag down the street, right? In this case, what's happening is Doug Bates has the hard drive that Jennifer Thompson had. And for a variety of reasons, some of which are probably Jennifer Thompson's fault, some of which are probably Jennifer Nichols' fault, Doug Bates is showing Judge Bradbury, here's what that jury should have seen. And the fact that they didn't see it is why you need to set aside this conviction and let the state do it again if they want. And I'm not sure you could find another case like this, where literally the same hard drive, it's the same.
It's the same. Ain't nothing changed.
Right.
And also the presentation of it, right? Because
that matters a lot too, of course. And there's no jury here today, right? There's no jury sitting there weighing these facts.
Right.
And that's a big difference too. But
yeah, interesting. Yeah, I definitely can see that.
I don't know if that answered your question about what an appeal is, but
yeah, what I didn't figure out is levels to this. Because I'm like, okay, well, it's levels to this shit. It's levels to this. And okay, at the second level, because I'm like, well, okay, well, I'm like, well, just give them a new trial. Like, if it is what it is, it is what it is. But
well,
Not
Yeah,
if.
let's be honest about that too. Um, um, I think a new trial would it'd be real difficult for the state. Um, I don't think they could. I don't think in my opinion, the state was able to convict Zach on essentially three things: Jason Autry, Victor Densmore, and all the snitches. Um, I don't think Jason Autry's testimony could ever be offered again. Jason Autry's testimony has now been so thoroughly discredited that I'm not sure a prosecutor could ethically ever put it forward again. And
Wow.
if they did, it would be shredded because Jason Autry's testimony is demonstrably false based upon what's on the hard drive.
Yeah. And
Victor Densmore, Victor Densmore's testimony
Mhm.
would likewise be subject to searing cross-examination because Victor Densmore's testimony is if you listen to Victor the development of Victor Densmore's testimony before the trial, you hear how he is told what to say. And you hear how he is told basically, if you don't want to go to prison, you're going to say what we need you to say. And that didn't get in front of the jury. That the recording of Brent Booth and Victor Densmore and the recording of Dennis Benjamin and Victor Densmore would destroy Victor Densmore's testimony if he were willing to come and say the same thing again. So I think it would be very difficult for the state to retry this case, given what we now know would be available to impeach Autry and Densmore.
Do you think that they would? And there's a possibility that they could throw the conviction out and no retrial, right?
Yeah. So Judge Bradbury's options here are do nothing, leave it is, leave the conviction in place, or vacate the conviction, meaning set it aside and tell the state, do it again if you want to, or don't. Your choice. I think one of the possible outcomes here is, given the allegations that have been made against the state of Tennessee and the office out of which Jennifer Nichols came, which included Amy Wyrick, I think it's possible that they would not be allowed to participate in a new trial. And if that were true, then you'd have to ask yourself, well, which DA's office would get this?
Mhm.
And I think it's possible that if a district attorney's office who did not have a political connection to the Wyrick and Nichols family tree came along, I think it's possible they would say, we don't have enough evidence to prosecute this case. I think it's, I don't want to say too much, but I think it's also possible that some of those DAs, potentially including Wyrick,
Mhm.
would rather try this case again and lose than simply not make the effort to try it again. Because then they could leave the courthouse assuming that one day in the future there's a trial and a jury says that's no, not guilty, whatever. If that were to happen, then the prosecutors could leave and have a press conference on the steps of the courthouse and say, we respect the jury's verdict. And that might be more palatable to them than to say, we're not going to try this case again.
Yeah. What do they do about his brother?
Oh, well, that's a whole nother.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I mean, there's an answer. The answer is, what do you do with Dylan?
Yeah, because it seems like you let him free, you need to let him free. Like, we got to.
Yes, and that is absolutely not the way the law works. Yes, there's a certain
You got to go.
there's a certain common sense approach to, well, if Zach should get a new trial, shouldn't Dylan get a do-over too? Yeah. Unfortunately, Dylan pled, Dylan took an offered plea. And so his post-conviction relief pathway is very different because Zach took his case to trial. Doug Bates has 9 days of testimony to work with and attack and say, you testified to this, or you got this witness to say this, or whatever. Dylan doesn't have any of that. Dylan went to court and said, if you want to enter a guilty plea, I'm here to let you do that. Although I'm not going to admit I did it. I'm going to admit that the evidence looks pretty bad. That changes what Dylan's opportunities to get relief are. And as paradoxical as that seems, that is where we are.
Wow. That would be totally like messed up. Like, I mean, messed up. I'm thinking about it like, yeah, wow. Like, because you took a plea, right? And one is reversed and one gets thrown out and you stuck like Chuck because of, I mean, you pleaded guilty to something that you're not guilty to.
Yeah. And, here's the thing about the way this stuff works is, I've had people plead guilty because they were worried what would happen if they went to trial and got convicted and then got sentenced. Right.
Right.
Like, and so I tell clients a lot that my job is to get you a tough choice. And if you want a trial, to try the hell out of that case, I will try a case. But before we go to trial, I would prefer to at least get you a tough choice. And what I mean by a tough choice is if the state comes to you and says, we're sorry, we have made a terrible mistake. Our apologies. Please go home. Let us buy you a pizza. You don't say no, right? If on the other hand, the state comes and says, we're planning to hang you at noon tomorrow. How you think about that? Well, clearly you say, I think I'll take my chances with a trial, right? So no one accepts the worst case scenario and no one turns down the best case scenario, right? The tough choice is, hey, if you go to trial, you're looking at 25 years and there's pretty strong evidence of your guilt. They're willing to let you plead to 15. No one wants to go to prison for 15. But 15 years from now, do you want to get out or do you want to look at 10 more calendars? Right? That's the tough choice. I'm not here to second guess what Dylan did or his lawyer told him to do or whatever, I guess. But Dylan was faced with the death penalty and ended up pleading to 35 years. And because he pled, he might have a more difficult time getting some relief. And as the commenter correctly notes, and as Jason Autry has said, man, nobody wasn't getting convicted, right? I mean, Jason Autry's like, we're toast. I'm making a deal. Zach goes to trial and loses, and then they turn to Dylan and go, you want a trial? I understand why Dylan said no thanks.
Yeah.
I'll take the 35 years and see if I can live that long, I guess. But at least I won't get the death penalty. Tennessee has, I think, executed 3 people this year. So, when they threaten you with the death penalty,
they doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bluff, right? But it does complicate Dylan's situation today.
Wow. Well, I definitely hope that, it's not like you got an uphill battle, considering I really do think that Zach will get a new trial. So at least if they decide to try it, hopefully they don't. I don't know what
you got to win the fight you're in, and the fight that Zach is in right now is just get his conviction set aside and then worry about the appeal. And after the appeal, worry about whether the Tennessee Supreme Court takes the case. And if the Tennessee Supreme Court doesn't take the case, then did you win or did you lose? Is there you know, I mean, you you can mind map all these things as much as you want, but at the end of the day, you can only win the fight that you're in. And so
Yeah,
right
somebody.
now we're coming. Right now we're looking at here Monday or Tuesday the end of this post conviction relief testimony, after which Judge Bradbury will rule. Undoubtedly, that ruling will be appealed. That'll take some more time. And then when the Court of Criminal Appeals completes their work with the case, someone will ask the Tennessee Supreme Court to look that one over. And they may. So I feel compelled to tell people that, when this hearing ends Monday or Tuesday of next week, Zach's going back to prison, and he's going to sit there, and he's going to sit there for months, and that's if he wins.
That's what I'm saying. Like, gosh, it's so hard to get out of these jams. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, oh gosh, that's what I was thinking when you saying it's like, oh, appeal after appeal, then they can appeal it, then we gotta go through. No, like, I'm telling you, we need transitional jails. Like, I want somebody to go to a transitional jail. It's not like completely locked up. I want them to be able to do some stuff in transition. Like, this is ridiculous. And these processes can take a long time to get on dockets and things like that. So it's really, really, really frustrating. It looks like somebody has a question. I think we got a couple questions. It says, Amy says, as a defense attorney, how do you deal with a client that admits things by being forced in an interview, and then the plea that Dylan made? How do you deal with that?
Okay, so full disclosure, Amy McClendon 1 is downstairs. That's my wife. So, thank you for the question.
Oh, how sweet it is.
That's right. So, I mean, if your wife's not going to be a fan, you should probably quit, right?
Right.
So the answer is, so far, Dylan's confession has not been used against Dylan or Zach. And then, did they threaten Dylan with that to get him to plea? I don't know. Probably not, because once they went out and tore up Zach's house and found out that Dylan's story couldn't be proven and was in fact almost certainly false, they completely changed gears and went with a version where Jason Autry was only accidentally involved, whereas Dylan's story had Jason Autry sort of being the ringleader and participating in the rape. So I think it's as a defense lawyer, if I were defending Dylan at a trial that followed Zach's, I guess I think I would try to get as much of his confession in front of the jury as possible to prove how ridiculous it was. But that's not as easily done as said.
Interesting. But can a judge look at his statement and see how it was taken? I mean, it just
Judge Bradbury said that while portions of Dylan's testimony or Dylan's so-called confession were played in court, he was going to watch the whole thing on his own time. Yeah,
because it just seemed like judges, even if I don't know any better, in regards to what I'm confessing to, and I might have sat in front of you, a judge, and said, yeah, I did these things and I'm, guilty. But if you actually looking at it, and sometimes I be faulting the judges that kind of take these pleas, okay, well, do we ever look behind the scenes and try to see somebody got to protect somebody, right? I thought that's what they kind of there for, call the balls and the strikes.
Yeah, and I'll say this: I think Judge Bradbury while I have described him as a little bit like a sphinx, he doesn't really show his cards much. He's pretty he's pretty like he's not signaling a whole lot.
Mhm.
Um, I do get the sense that he's um, um, fully invested in getting this right.
Right.
Um, so I mean, I'm biased. I'll be the first one. I'll be the first one to admit I have come to the conclusion that at a minimum, at a minimum, Zach's trial was patently unconstitutionally unfair, and his conviction should be set aside. I further believe that Zach didn't do this, but a judge only has to find that what's necessary to set the conviction aside, and I think that I'm cautiously optimistic that Judge Bradbury um, is going to apply the law and find the same. Um, but he's pretty poker faced up there. I think he's been very fair. I think he's had a good control of the courtroom without being heavy handed. I
Mhm.
mean, there are no moments in this post conviction relief where Judge Bradbury has behaved towards any of the lawyers the way that Judge McGinley treated Judge Jennifer Thompson. When I came on, y'all were watching Judge McGinley essentially scold Jennifer Thompson for trying to put this witness on as an expert, and um, none of you haven't seen any of that from Judge Bradbury. And as a lawyer, trust me, if you're going to lose, okay, fine. Just like don't do me like that, right? Like,
It seemed like he's very like I can see why she stopped. I really can see it. Like I would be that lawyer that I was objections where we were like when we were watching the first trial, like object, object, object. And I could see why she didn't because she didn't want to fight with the judge. It was like the judge.
yeah, it became pretty clear um, that Jennifer Thompson needed to measure twice and cut once, because every time you stand up and say objection in a jury trial, you run the risk that the jury goes, "What are you trying to keep me from knowing?" And so you have to be careful about objecting when you're right, but is it worth it? Versus,
Picking your fights.
yeah, you got to pick carefully, because every time you stand up and say objection and the judge says sustained, there's a risk that the jury will go, "Well, what is it you trying to keep me from knowing? What are you worried about? What are you scared of over there?" And it also, you don't want to look like you're being argumentative with a judge, because everybody in the room knows who the judge is, right? The jurors arrive and they know when the judge walks in, we all stand up, right? Judge tells us when to leave, when to come, when to eat, all that. So you don't, as a defense lawyer, you don't want to look like you're having pointless, personal, petty conflicts with the guy who's in charge. And I think it's true too that that Jennifer Thompson was beat down.
I was beat down
yeah,
I was beat down for her. I was like, I wouldn't say nothing else either. Like he would have me and even when I was looking at the prosecutor in the first case, Jennifer, the other Jennifer
Nichols.
She was mean to her own witnesses half the time. I was like, gosh, she like mean to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she was something, at least in my opinion. And then, even, when they asked for a mistrial after Holly Bobo's mom passed out, I think that why can't we grant a mistrial? Because I thought that was too much. I don't think the jury could ever get past not one.
Right. The victim's mother falling out on day one. Yeah, that's a lot. Keep in mind, it took them years to get this case to trial. It was continued at least once, maybe twice, maybe more. I think they had picked this jury that summer and kept them in hand and brought them back in September. I mean, like there was a lot. There were a lot of reasons why they needed to keep going.
Mhm.
But still, yeah, when the whole falling out on a stand thing was, I
Yeah, I just
mean,
think
that's not a good start, right?
yeah, I just think some things are just too hard to erase out of the jury's minds, and it really burns me up. Just my little pet peeve, like when they talk about strike, don't remember this. Like, no, dude, we do remember. And even if you tell me to wipe it away, no, it cannot be erased out of my mind. And I don't know where
Yeah,
they
jury shall disregard that. That's almost like saying to the jury that thing you just heard,
remember it.
it was really important. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, like there are certain farcical indulgence that are required here, right? Like jury shall disregard that last statement that we all heard. Okay.
We're not. We're
Right,
not.
right, yeah.
Like
No,
I
we're not.
remember it.
We are not going to not remember that.
And do you think they really believe that when they say that? The judge is like, do you really?
It's an imperfect situation, right? You can't create a world in which a witness can get up on the stand and sabotage the entire trial with one blurted out thing, right? Because then people would do it, right? Like if you thought it wasn't going well, you'd get a witness and you'd be like, hey, we about to roll a hand grenade up in there. Make sure you say this, and then boom, mistrial, and we'll try again another day. You can't create that world, right? Well, what's the alternative? Well, you give a jury what we call a curative instruction. The jury shall disregard that nice lady passing out on the stand, and she'll make no, the jury shall just ignore the fact that the victim's mother just fell out on the stand. It will you shall not consider that for any purpose at all. Okay.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
I hope that they don't think that happens because I'm sitting up here like,
no.
how do you even say
Oh.
that? Like it? No, dude, I heard that. No, I'm not gonna wipe it away. Yeah, I'm gonna sit up here and tell you that I can, but no, that's not the truth. And okay, let's keep it moving. But I just wonder how y'all feel when they say stuff like that. Like strike
I
that
mean,
test. Like I don't care how many times you say strike. Like,
yeah, it's difficult. I mean,
I would want your job for anything. Like
there are no good options when something like that happens, and to some extent, you have to
just
hope that. Yeah, I mean, here's a question. Someone has asked my wife, if Zachary gets a new trial, will you give Dana permission to help pro bono? Please say no.
Let's see what she answers.
Please say no.
Oh, look, Eric said she
I would help, but my wife said no, guys. So
she'll be the errand girl. So will he? So will Doug? Would Mr. Bates do his trial, or it goes to somebody else? He has to get another attorney.
I'm not going to speak for Doug.
Wait, he can if he wants to, right? Or how does that work?
I feel sure, that if Zach and Doug agreed that could happen.
Oh, okay. Do it typically work like that? Like, because I didn't know, like, it's levels to this stuff, right? So you get attorneys to take you through your regular trial, then it doesn't seem like the same attorney goes to your appeal. It's typically a different attorney, like Doug, that comes in, right? And then,
yeah. Listen. Again, I'm not here to. I'm not Doug's spokesperson, right? So I will speak theoretically on this. Doug has, I know, because I'm in the same world. I know that Doug has periodically had to close his office altogether to conduct this post-conviction relief for Zach. I know that Doug has. I know. I would. There is no way around a six-figure number that Doug has put into this case in terms of
Wow.
hard costs, and lost revenue. And before he was appointed to this, you know, Doug was, yes, just like Jennifer Thompson did. So I'm not singling Doug out as some, unique hero here. Doug is only the most recent lawyer to close his practice and participate in Zach Adams' defense for little or nothing. Doug has been paid nothing. Jennifer Thompson was compensated, I believe,
$50K.
yeah. So, which is, I mean, like,
probably nothing.
and I don't want to look. I don't want to be elitist or aristocratic or anything, but honestly, when you talk about the commitment that it took Jennifer Thompson and Doug Bates to do what the both of them have done, the difference between $50,000 and nothing is nothing. Would Doug do it again? Would Doug stay on and if there were a new trial, try that case again? I mean, if he said no, that's not an unreasonable thing for him to say.
Mhm.
He has a family, he has a practice, he has employees, he has a living, he has a career that pre-existed his involvement in this case. At some point, it is fair for a person in his position to say, I have done my duty here.
Yeah, I guess I'm just asking in general, like when we have cases that go like this, is it typical for the attorney that gets you over that appeal or gets you that new case? Is it typical for them to stay on, or it's kind of
It's
like
not uncommon. I mean, there are lawyers who do not who try cases and don't do appeals. There are lawyers who do appeals and don't do trials.
okay?
That's not. I mean, Doug. I don't know of any reason Doug couldn't go from this post-conviction relief through the appeals, and then if there were a new trial, stay on for that. But I mean, honestly, you're talking about an odyssey of years at that point. Years.
So I know somebody also put in the chat in regards to a bench trial. Like, could he,
as opposed to no jury?
Yeah, could Zach, if they get a new trial request, can they go for possibly a bench trial in that direction? No?
Well, yes. I don't know that would be my advice to anyone in that position, but the state also has a right to a jury. So you can only have a bench trial in a criminal case if both sides waive a jury.
Oh, didn't know that. Learn something new every day. All right. Didn't know that. I always thought it was the defendant can, request the bench trial, and that's just kind of the way
It usually never is a discussion, because as a defendant, your odds of a mistrial because you hung up one juror, like if you put it all in the hands of a judge in a bench trial, that's a lot, right? If you have a jury trial, then you just need one solid, stubborn juror to say, I am not convicting this man. And then that's a mistrial. So it's not a loss. It's not a win. It's not a loss.
Wow. Kind of like that case that we watched the case not too long ago that ended up in a mistrial. But they was like really split, like 6-6.
Yeah, and you only get there, man. You only get there after the judge is given what is commonly called a dynamite charge. And I mean, a lot of times by the time you give a case to a jury, they're ready to go, like one way or the other. Like, look, they're humans. I mean, and the judge tells them all the time,
yeah,
I'm sending you to lunch. Do not discuss this case. Do not form an opinion. Blah, blah, blah. It's just like saying to them, that thing we all just saw and heard, ignore that. Like, yeah, they're people.
I guess that's why I haven't been on. All this time I have not been on a jury, and they probably know better, because I'll probably be telling everybody. I'll probably be at home talking to my husband, like, "Hey, this is what happened." Like, I don't want nobody else to talk to. What I'm talking to you? Like, this is like, yeah, I probably would be a bad juror. Oh, don't ever pick me. Don't ever send me assignments. I'm keeping it real. Yeah, I guess because just the human side of it. Well, I know that we have It's totally up to you. I know we are going to probably be working on this like all weekend because, like I said, I have to do things in order, and I do want to be.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Hit me up.
Okay.
I'm gonna check out if you don't mind. And but I've had a great time, and as your first guest,
yes,
I would love to come back. And so you just you have my, you can text me, and just hit me up, and as far as I know, I don't have to be anywhere until Monday morning when I'm going back to Savannah to observe.
Okay,
So.
awesome. Well, we plan on probably jumping in probably tomorrow and Sunday. So if you see me on and you want to come in, you are more than welcome. You have a
okay.
Whenever you want to drop in, because like I said, I'm not an attorney, so it's just picking your brain. You know, even if
So.
you're okay with picking your brain on any of our cases.
Yeah. You can hit me offline, and if I can answer a question, I will. Also, my understanding at this point is that the hearings on the 29th and if necessary on the 30th will be live streamed too.
Yeah.
If you're, my intent is to be in Savannah.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. I intend, and my plan is to be there for whatever happens next through closing. But maybe I'll jump on if you're on and it's being live streamed and you're covering it Monday or Tuesday. Maybe I'll jump on with you for a minute during a break or something like that.
Yeah, we'll definitely be here. We'll be live and breaking it down and looking and pausing. But yeah, I said we gotta get all of it. We watched some of the post-conviction hearing, but we watched it so out of place.
Yeah. I'm sorry we didn't get further into John Walker, but
no, we're good.
I hope what we did tonight was informative.
Yeah, I think that was even better than us watching the testimony, because a lot of people were able to pick your, at least me, and actually get your experience.
Yeah, I'm gonna send all y'all a bill later.
Yeah, y'all hear that? I'll make sure y'all, I know that my mods thank you, shout out to the mods. They have been dropping your link in here. We have it in the description. You guys, you can definitely go check out everything over there. At Trial and Error, got a lot of videos, and it's all in.
Yeah, if you like podcasts, you want to do a deep dive, jump on over to the Trial and Error podcast on any of your favorite podcast platforms. And Dr. Spirko and I interview a lot of people, watch a lot of the hearings that have happened in 2017 and in 2025, and so yeah, check it out.
Okay, well, thank you so much once again, Diana. The first, y'all remember, we always remember the first because the second don't matter.
Right.
Everybody,
all right, thank you very much.
All right, you have a great evening. Nice
Bye-bye.
weekend. All righty, bye-bye. Okay, guys, so we have here, I know that we have not completely got through our guy's testimony. Of course, we are going to have to get through it, right? Because, y'all dear old sweet pea, I have to make sure and ensure that we have all this testimony down before Monday, right? Because Monday, I believe it's Monday. Monday, we're going back into the courtroom. Let me make sure I got the dates right. The 29th, we're going back into the courtroom, right? So we want to make sure that we are together in order to be on time, right? So what we will do is we will continue our coverage and finish up John Walker's testimony tomorrow. I'll put out an alert for it. And after we finish with John Walker's, we'll go on to the next portion of the testimony on Beezy's list that she sent to me. Okay. Yes. Beezy sent me a list of how we go in order, how we catch up, and how we will be there on Monday. Like, So we'll be in there and we'll be caught up and things will be fresh in our minds and memory. And that's what I'll be looking for when we go into an actual trial or go into hearings. So with that being said, oh, and yes, and thank you to everybody, all the new people that came over, the subs. Thank you to our guests. Thank you for everybody that assisted me with getting this together. Shout out to all the mods. Y'all make sure y'all go check out Kat Nye Williams. Her link is also in the description. And I'll put it back in there again for you guys. So y'all make sure y'all go check her out. Go check the Trial and Error podcast out. Like, y'all, like, we gonna do some deep dives, but we gonna come up for air. Y'all know me, like, we gonna have to come up for air. We gonna dip down a little bit, but we gonna come up for some air. For all the people that turned green, if you're on the rewatch crew, thank you so much. For everybody that has gifted memberships tonight and supported the channel, definitely make sure y'all go out and do much support. I know I see everybody doing it now, huh? It's so good that everybody gets to be able to put these little shout out to our therapists that we know that creates these wonderful chat bot things. So everybody can do it at any point in time when we want to make sure that a guest or somebody that's over here or taking the trial is mentioned or their chat is out there, right? So with that being said, guys, I am going to play our outro song. I will get us scheduled for some time to spend tomorrow. And once again, I appreciate everybody hanging out, right? Y'all know me, right? Oh, y'all don't want that one. We got to do it right now.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mods on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. The Squirrel Crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores Jason, nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside, would take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady caring presence through the courtroom fog. dog in Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To Sweet Pea and the mods in the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
Till tomorrow, guys. Have a great evening.